sometime. There's no exception to the rule. Listen, baby, it may be factual, maybe cool. I ain't lying. Everybody plays the fool. Falling in love is such an easy thing to do, and there's no guarantee that the one you love is gonna love you. Oh, loving eyes they cannot see. A certain person could never be. Love runs deeper than any ocean. You can cloud your mind with emotion. Everybody plays the fool sometime. There's no exception to the rule. Listen, baby, it may be factual, may be cool, but everybody plays the fool.
Hello, kings and queens. It's your girl, Wisdom's Daughter, and welcome back to another Wisdom Family Picnic. Hopefully, you guys like that intro, because everybody plays the fool. And we know Shirley Strawberry, unfortunately, has been playing fool for way too long. So let me see who we got in the building. Let's see who we have in the building. So I have got first and foremost, first in the building, Laskia Eldest said, I'm here setting up. This grill is hot, waiting on y'all. June's Poetry, how you doing, King says, sorry for missing the last live. Sometimes I have to go to poetry readings, open mics, lots coming up soon. Very exciting. When I was in college, I got into the spoken word scene. I used to do the Poets Cafe growing up in New York. I did the New Yorican quite a lot. So if you've ever been in New York City and you know anything about the poetry scene, you know the New Yorican is where it's at. And if you're anybody and anything in poetry, you've been to the New Yorican. So that's what's up. I love it. Would love to hear more about your poetry. One of these days, you're going to have to come up on the panel and give us a little spoken word. Mecca Dawn said, I got the drinks and paper plates. Of course you do. Of course you do. Of course you got the red cups. Happy Sunday and Cinco de Mayo. Well, we're going to Cinco and Mayo, okay? Let's get it going. We've got Shay B in the building, says, hey fam, Kimmy who? Old School Nixie says she got tomahawk steaks, pork and beans, and grilled corn. Well, come on, somebody. Deborah Person is in the building. I got Rosalind Janelle, Sonia Vick, Nikki Riggins, Mrs. D. Let's go. Kimmy who said, I replaced my stolen Tupperware and I am not letting this new set out of my sight. I've got Roblin L. CP the Trucker is in the building and us seniors need love too. Said, hey, Queen, hey. Simply Lee is in the building. She said, happy Sunday, everyone. This makes me sad. As someone in the 45 and older club who has never been married, Shirley looked so happy and had to go through all this foolishness. And I brought crab cakes. She brought crab cakes. Yes, I am loving it. Old School Nixie said, I loved watching slam poetry. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna have to speak to King June behind the scenes and see if he will be willing to give us a little something at some point. Snooperlicious, I knew you were gonna be in the building. She said, welcome, Wisdom. I got the oxtails, the rice and gravy for the picnic. Makes sense to it, says good evening. And Red G. Moore said, beautiful voice, Queen at Wisdom's Daughter. I appreciate you. All right, so you guys already know by now what we're going to be talking about. Again, welcome to all the Wisdom Ambassadors and the VIPs in the building. And if you're new here, welcome. Thank you for stopping on by and prepare to be entertained because we have a whole lot to talk about. And this is what we are going to be getting into today. All right, we're going to be talking about lies at the altar, the Shirley Strawberry story. All right, this is what we're going to be getting into. Talking about the Beauty and the Beast, because Shirley was told by Officer Fields, you don't know who you married. And she seemed to believe that she did. She said, in her own words, I am not confused. Okay, well, she is not confused, which leads us to believe that there are many things that she knew. And we're going to talk about it, right? What did Shirley know and why did she marry Nasty Nesto? That's what we're going to be getting into on this evening. So give me just a second. I have a couple of more things that I wanted to bring into StreamYard. And apologies for being late. So I found some more stuff, and sometimes these things can take you down a rabbit hole. Okay, and that's what happened. I was literally going down a rabbit hole, and I'm like, okay, I definitely can't cover all this today. I found more stuff on Nasty Nesto, and I said, yeah, this is gonna have to be something separate. It's a lot of information. And tonight, we're really going to be getting into, as I said, Shirley. We're going to be looking at a published article where she talks about how she met Nesto and some interesting things that some of you may or may not have noticed is what we're going to be getting into. So give me just a moment as more people come into the room. Let me finish getting up some of these additional overlays. All right. And in the meantime, I'm going to show you guys something. Some of you have seen it already. We're not going to be getting into a discussion on Ponytail, but I will tell you that I do have some interesting information to share with you guys about Ponytail. It's not going to be in this live. This one is dedicated to Shirley and Nesto. But just want to let you know that is upcoming. I have a couple of things to sort through, but yeah, there's no end. Just like Nesto, there is no end to this lady. These people are like bottomless pits, but found some interesting photos and some things that I think you might like and you might want to see regarding Ponytail. That may further explain her foolishness, her shenanigans, and her goings-ons. So, all right. So let me put this up on the screen. And yes, Shirley looks very happy. Okay. I was trying to see if I could actually get footage of her wedding. I was trying to see if there was a way for us to actually get the wedding. And I was not able to find that. But I'm not the only super sleuth out here. And so if any of you have found any video regarding her actual wedding, not the proposal, but the actual wedding itself, let me know, because I was not able to find that. But I did find some other things that we will look at today and something that literally saw. So, okay. So let me go ahead and start sharing my screen and pull up a couple of these articles. Those of you who were on the last live, hopefully you guys enjoyed yourself. I put links to what we talked about in regards to this real estate law firm that Ponytail worked for. All of that is in the description box on that video. So if you guys didn't get to see it live, definitely catch the replay because it was interesting. And let me jump into my email real quick and pull up a couple of articles. And we're actually going to hear from Shirley herself. So this is really going to be, we're going to talk about the Shirley story. That's what we're going to be getting into. All right. For those of you who are just coming in the room, don't forget to hit the like button for me. I would greatly appreciate that. And then if you haven't already done so, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. All right, so hang on guys just a second for me. A couple more things I want to pull up for you in the background here. Let's see. I had this queued up earlier today and I was doing other stuff and it went off on my screen. So hang on. Hold on just a moment. And additionally, I pulled Shirley's background. So we're going to look at that and kind of piece together a couple of things. We're also going to be listening to a couple of other super sleuths like myself that found information. Some of this is from months ago, but just it didn't have any context at the time. And now absolutely it does have context. So hang on just a minute. Let me get these articles up and running. All right, let me get these articles up and running. And I hope you guys are enjoying your Cinco de Mayo. All right. Today actually is would have been my dad's 80th birthday, actually, if he had survived. So May 5th is always a significant day for me anyway. All right, so got one of them up. There's the first one. And those of you who've ever heard the saying, what's the saying? The way you get a man is the way that you lose them. We're going to be getting into that as well. Because some interesting, here we go. I found what I was looking for. Okay. Some interesting stories there. So I'm getting them all on the screen. Those of you who like me to read, I'll be doing just a little bit of reading, not much, because these articles are short. Uh, but we got to start at the beginning. Got to start at the beginning. All right, so we've got these articles up and we're good to go. All right, very interesting because there's a lot of things that we've seen and we've heard, but it just didn't make a whole lot of sense. So having these phone calls come out has put a lot of things into perspective. Very interesting things into perspective. All right, guys, I think I'm just about done here. Okay. So let's see where we are going to start. I think we should start at the proposal. I think that's where I want to start, at the proposal. So let me get that one up. Let's see. I think that's a good place for us to start. What do you guys think? Okay. I think that's a good place to start. Hang on, yeah. Oh, Simply Lee said happy heavenly birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, he passed away in 2017. Um, and as I tell people who know me personally, and I can tell you guys because it's not really anything that I can't share, but I always say that I was not with him when he came into this world, but I ushered him out of this world. So I was actually with my father when he breathed his last. I was actually literally with him as he transitioned, which to me was a beautiful thing because not everyone can say that. So Anisha Jones says, hey, Wisdom. Hey, beautiful Wisdom. Old school Nixie. Sorry, I can't be at the dinner today. I'm headed to Jacksonville, Florida with the niece. I'm going to listen hey, to all kinds. That is no problem. All right, let me go ahead and start sharing my screen. I have a lot of things up here. And so I'm hoping that YouTube is going to cooperate with all these windows I have open. Okay, so Shirley Strawberry's surprise marriage proposal. Let's go ahead and play that first. All right, make sure you guys can see.
Just be quiet for a second. Let me ask you a question. The woman that you're about to ask me this question about, do you love her?
Yes, sir.
Could you, when you think about it, you can't live without her?
No, sir.
Is she the woman of your dreams?
Yes, sir.
Do you think about her oftentimes before you think about yourself?
Yes, sir.
Would you die for her?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Would you take care of her before you took care of yourself?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this here. Would you love everything about her and everybody connected to her as if it was your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then, Shirley.
Yes.
This your man right here.
What? It's a Nesto.
Wait a minute.
This Shirley, happy birthday, is a Nesto. And this is your birthday, Shirley. And a Nesto is here.
Do you see who's sitting next to Shirley in the chair? I don't know if you can see it clearly, but you see the person in the chair next to her with their phone up like they're taking a picture. That is Sheridan. That is her daughter, Sheridan, who helped set up this proposal. And June's Poetry, shout out to June's Poetry King. Thank you so very much. Oh my goodness, y'all. Okay, so he's gifted 10 memberships. Let me see if I can look to see who actually got gifted memberships. I'm going to try to scroll back. So we've got Reggie Moore. We've got Shy Glamour, Beverly Chambers, Twylia Young, Muff Moon, Coco Switz, Lady Diamond T, Miss HLS, Ms. Nisi, to you and that girl were all gifted by June's poetry. So we got 10 new wisdom ambassadors, y'all. So y'all know how this go. When you become a member over here, we be kin now. So welcome officially all of you to the Wisdom family and to the Wisdom family picnic. Okay, you guys throw it up in the chat. We be kin now. Make our new wisdom ambassadors feel welcome, and please give a huge warm wisdom thank you to King June's poetry. I appreciate you, King, so much, and your generosity, and may your gift return back to you tenfold. Again, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. This King, I tell you, you gotta love him. Gotta love him. So that is Sheridan, okay, in the background or sitting next to her. I was quite surprised to hear or to learn that Sheridan had actually helped set up the proposal. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and let it continue.
For those of you that's listening, a man is walking in the room right now.
Oh my God.
Are you
Who
ready?
there?
Hi, honey.
Yeah, I'm here, Nesto. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
What the hell going on when I'm not there?
Wait.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, honey.
You all right?
Oh my God.
It's your day.
What the hell?
Shut up.
Love you.
I love you. Oh
What the hell?
Shut up.
Yeah, got one more thing for you.
for me?
Yes. Calm down here.
He just
Hold on.
he just showed Shirley a diamond ring.
Yeah.
Do y'all hear? Do you guys hear Tommy and Steve? Steve's over here telling Tommy to shut up because Tommy's gonna be like, "Who? What did he call him? He's gonna call him. I think he called him. Oh my God, some weird name, something other than Nesto. But you guys are gonna hear it. Okay, hold on.
Will you marry me?
What?
I will marry you. Oh my God.
Hold on.
Who the hell is a Nesto?
Y'all heard him right? Who the hell is Ernesto? He calls him Alfredo. So Tommy is stupid. He starts calling him Alfredo. Well, who the hell is Alfredo? So Tommy had no idea who this person was. And as we're going to learn later in this live, Steve Harvey did not introduce Shirley to Ernesto like many of us previously thought. He really didn't introduce the two. But what he did do, he was instrumental, of course, working, with Sheridan and the others to help plan this proposal, which, of course, everyone knew about in advance, apparently, except for Tommy. Okay.
Who is Alfredo?
Yeah.
Go, girl!
Yeah.
What?
Shirley Strawberry.
Happy birthday and congratulations, Shirley Strawberry is engaged.
Yes, live on the radio.
What?
Yes. Live on the
My heart is beating so fast. What do we do now? I mean,
This is live on the radio.
Uh-huh.
That caller was set up. Talk to me about it extensively.
I'm okay.
He just
I guess I have
walked
to go
in
back to work.
for Shirley's birthday and just asked Shirley
I got a
Strawberry
ring. Oh my
to
God,
marry
look at
him.
my ring. It's so pretty. Carla.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'm
You guys
fiberglass.
knew this. You guys knew.
Yes, yes.
They ain't told me nothing.
You ain't need to know what your stupid. Mess up everything.
You guys all knew. Everybody in the office is like here.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Congratulations, girl.
Congratulations, Shirley Strawberry.
Thank you
So
guys.
you getting
I love
married?
you guys.
Yes, she
And
is.
Shirley.
It's proposed to me.
And
Oh
Shirley.
my God. What?
I met this brother.
Uh-huh.
We've talked extensively.
Uh-huh.
He was actually going to fly to Chicago
Uh-huh.
to ask me for your hand in marriage.
What?
That's how cold he is.
Oh, look at
What is he asking you for, though?
Well,
I'm
you ain't nobody.
I'm
We
good.
know. We ain't gonna
I'm glad he
ask.
doesn't have on headphones right now, so we can't hear that. Thank you.
Let me speak Eat the Alfredo. Put him on
His
lunch.
name
is
ain't
not
Alfred. His name
What
is
is it?
Thank you,
Nesto.
darling. Oh my God.
Tommy is stupid.
Joe, I'm gonna get you.
Okay, so you see Sheridan, right? Let me just roll it back. You see her right there in the background?
Joe, I'm gonna.
Let's see if I can try to get her. Okay, there's a better picture. There she is right there. Okay. So what we've learned is that Steve Harvey, although he didn't introduce him, he quote unquote vetted Nesto. He had a long talk with him. Okay. Steve Harvey is supposed to be the somewhat professional or, self-proclaimed expert on relationships, but Nesto Finesto was able to, kind of Tinder swindle him too. And I'm going to give you guys my opinion a little bit later on what I think has, occurred with Shirley Strawberry and why she ended up in this. And some of you may agree and some of you may not agree, but I will definitely give you my high level overview of what I think happened. Reggie Moore said, I don't understand why Shirley didn't know Nesto's voice. Apparently, I was going to say apparently she doesn't talk to him on the phone very much. But it's also possible that he's not normally that articulate and he probably mostly hits her up with the mush mouth. And I think Nesto can speak better and can enunciate a little bit better when he wants to. I think that mush mouth and that old country sounding like he's a Southern plantation field hand is what he does to disarm people. Because in some of these early calls that I'm listening to, there's times when Ernesto is very stern with Shirley. He has that mean pimp talk type of voice. And then there are times when he's like, yeah, we're going to get our big, big blessings. Just what you going to do when God bless us again? Our big, big blessings. And so she probably wasn't used to him speaking, like he has more than a third grade education. I'm just saying. Yeah, no, she didn't recognize his voice. It sounded like fake excitement. She just was overly excited. Unless Shirley has been muted, she should have recognized his voice from jump. She should. But I read somewhere that she only dated Ernesto for 6 months prior to this proposal. So I don't know how much talking over the phone they did. Not sure. And if she didn't talk to him on the phone a lot, and she probably talked to him and met with him in person a lot. And so when you're used to talking to someone in person and then you talk to them over the phone for the first time, you don't always recognize their voice. But it just, again, goes to the fact that how much did she really know about this man? How much did she really know? Right? All right, let's keep going.
Joe, I'm gonna get you. Chad, I'm gonna get you. Okay, I'm just telling you, my young protege is supposed to have your girls back.
That's all right. It's all for love. It's all for love.
Oh, you gone. You gone. We done planned all this here. You stay for 3 more minutes. You gonna stay here for 3 more minutes. Then you got to get out here.
Okay.
Because you got your little dress on. That's the other.
Shout to different.
Okay. So let me move over to the next video, which is a very short video that we're going to look at really quickly, which is kind of like a little bit of a continuation of this. And then we'll get into some of these articles. So let me just find this video that I'm looking for. Let's see. I've got so much on my screen. Let's see. Where are you? Okay, hold on for a second, guys. Let me stop sharing. We'll get into this in a little bit, not right this second. Essie Berry, I don't know if you guys follow her, but I followed her from last year sometime, and she actually had, she's really the first content creator that I know of that interviewed one of Nesto's victims. This is kind of like what her platform is about. And a subscriber by the name of Christine kind of put me on to Essie Berry months ago in 2023. So we're going to hear a little bit from that victim, but not just yet. There's something else that I wanted to show you guys first. So, I found it. Okay, so let me share this screen. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Got it. All right. When I tell you I got screens everywhere, I can't even see what's what. Hold on. I can't even see what's what. Hold on, guys. It's just a lot that we have to cover on this evening, and I'm literally running off of like 4 hours sleep. Oh, by the way, the young prince had a great time in his junior prom. So thank you guys so much for all of the well wishes. Let me stop sharing this for just a second. Thank you guys all for the well wishes. He really had a great time. I shared with him all of the comments and things like that, and you guys really, really made his day. So thank you guys so much for that. Okay, so I'm going to move this somewhere else so I can see what it is that I'm sharing with you guys. Give me just a second. When you have StreamYard together with what you're sharing, it completely blacks it out. So hang on a second. Let me move this to a good space. Okay. So this is titled Thank You from Shirley. And these videos can be found on the official Steve Harvey Morning Show's YouTube channel. Okay, if you guys are wondering where this is coming from.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you so very much for all your lovely well wishes and all your love and all your support. And I really mean that from your heart, from my heart. I mean, from my heart to yours. If you know me, you know I'm a big proponent of love. You know, I love love. I think it's the most powerful force on the universe. And I just want to say thank you, for your love. Um, what an exciting week this has been. Oh, wait, let me show you my ring. This is exciting.
Let's look at that ring one more time.
This is exciting.
She is
Week. This is
wow. Look at her eyes. She almost has that look that we're beginning to see in Wendy Williams. Now, Wendy Williams has a medical condition, but Shirley's eyes are bulging out of her head, okay, as if she's never been married before. She's acting like she's straight out of high school.
has been. Oh, wait, let me show you my ring.
Okay, so there is the ring, and it is quite beautiful. Okay, again, we're talking about lies at the altar. And so Shirley was definitely lied to. And but she doesn't necessarily get a pass, as we're going to learn tonight, because she had plenty of opportunities to find out who the F she married, and she should have asked that question, and she should have dug deeper, and she should have dug deeper sooner. And I say that because I do believe Nesto when he says to Shirley in response to her comment about, well, I don't want Steve and the cast to know and to ask questions and to make jokes and comments. And Nesto says, well, just tell him, you know who you married. And I believe him when he said that. Her response is, well, that's not funny. I believe she did know who she married, but she didn't get that information soon enough. And she was already in too deep by the time she found out. In addition to the fact that she ignored pleas, she ignored pleadings, warnings from people, even before she married this man. That was a problem. So remember I said earlier that there's a saying, how you get a man is how you lose him. Well, we're going to talk about in just a moment how Shirley got with this man. So anyway, but let's let her finish. This is just another minute, so I'll let her finish. But the ring is beautiful. Too bad it was paid for with money stolen from one of her husband's or estranged husband's victims.
This is exciting. I'm still on a cloud. I haven't come down yet. I really haven't. But it helps, to know that people that listen every day also are happy for me. And it's good to be able to share in that because if it were you, I'd be just as happy for you. That's just how I roll, people. Thank you for listening to the Steve Harvey Morning Show. Thank you for hanging out with us every single morning for the craziness and the ignorance. We love you so much. And I appreciate you. I really do. And if I could, I'd invite all of you. I mean, each and every one of you to the wedding, really. But we can't. That would cost like billions. And only Steve can afford that. Okay, bye. I love you. God bless. Thank you.
And only Steve can afford that. Interesting. Very interesting. Simply Lee said Tommy was the only one that knew Nesto was not who he said he was. I'm just finishing the comment because it got cut off. So apparently Shirley was really into this mushmouth clown. Yeah, she was really in love. He co-signed. Tommy is messy, but he doesn't play about Shirley. So you heard that last comment. I'm not Steve. That would cost billions. Only Steve can afford that. That's part of the reason why she ended up in this mess, competing with Steve Harvey, her coveting what his wife Marjorie had, comparing herself, wanting to have that lifestyle. Was this engagement marriage really for love or just PR purposes? It could be a combination of both, honestly, and we'll get into that a little bit later. I'm going to leave this comment on the screen for right now, so I don't forget where I left off. But let's get into how she met Nesto in the first place. Let's get into that. Okay. So this is an article from Essence Magazine. It's titled Bridal Bliss, Inside Radio Host Shirley Strawberry's Wedding. Now, some of you have seen this article and read it, but many of you haven't, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. Radio host Shirley Strawberry shares how she added love and marriage to her busy to-do list. Plus, get an exclusive look at her romantic wedding celebration. Okay. They look absolutely beautiful. They do. Beautiful dress. Nesto, look at Nesto. He looks the part, doesn't he? Doesn't Nesto look the part? He does, doesn't he? Looks the part. Too bad he was faking the funk. All right, so the bride, Shirley Strawberry, author and co-host of the Steve Harvey Morning Show. This article was dated October 27th of 2020. The groom is Ernesto Williams, and he's listed as a concierge entrepreneur, okay? Should have said concierge entre broke Negro, okay? Yeah, that's what it should have said. The big day was January 9th, 2015. We know that is the same day as Nesto's birthday. Every week, the Steve Harvey Morning Show co-host and our go-to girlfriend, Shirley Strawberry, offers no-nonsense relationship tips to the show's millions of listeners who share their drama for the Strawberry Letter segment. A few years ago, the divorcee realized it was her time to take her own advice. So I'm going to pause here for just a second, because those of you who are not aware, Shirley was married to Michael Strawberry. That is who Sheridan's father is. She was married to Michael Strawberry, the brother of Daryl Strawberry, the Daryl Strawberry. Okay. For some time, that was a question that was on the table. Well, why doesn't she mention the name? Who is she married to? And in doing her background and seeing the names, I was able to cross-reference and confirm that that's who she was married to, besides the fact that I saw that they had property together. Okay, Strawberry was thriving with more than 25 years in broadcast, a hit show, and an NAACP Image Award-winning book, when she realized she had not seriously dated anyone in more than 5 years. I wanted a relationship, but I wasn't putting off any effort. I wanted a relationship, but I wasn't putting any effort into it and made no room in my life for a man, she recalls. I had faith that God was going to send me a man, but what was I doing? You can't go home every weekend and just sit there. You have to put yourself in the game. Faith without works is dead. Shirley decided to put more energy into her personal happiness and peace of mind. She started eating better and working out, which helped her lose some weight. She strengthened her relationship with God through prayer, bought more figure-flattering dresses, and scaled back on the big earrings to better showcase her natural beauty. I learned to not only love myself, but also like what I saw in the mirror, and I became more vocal about my desires and feelings. Let's pause right there for just a moment. I learned to not only love myself, but to also like what I saw in the mirror. That signifies to me that Shirley Strawberry had some insecurities prior to coming into her relationship with Nesto. Insecurities that may not have been completely gone, that he more than likely played off of. She talks about that God, she had faith that God was going to send her a man, but what was I doing? And the only thing that I can say about this portion here is that Shirley should have asked God for a confirmation. Okay, so she would know that the man that came into her life really was the one that God sent, because regardless of what another content creator has said, I do not believe that God sent Nesto into Shirley's life. I think she was looking for somebody and a man came. And she may have assumed that that was the one that God was sending because that's what she wanted. And I'll leave it there. With a commitment to keeping a smile on her face, she found herself open to trying new things, including being introduced to a man whom a friend had wanted her to meet. One day in 2013, the girlfriend took Strawberry by the concierge business of Atlanta entrepreneur Ernesto Williams. So they're calling him Atlanta entrepreneur. One day in 2013, the girlfriend took Shirley by the concierge business of Atlanta entrepreneur Ernesto Williams. The Bible says, "He that findeth a wife findeth a good thing." It doesn't say she that go looking for a husband. But anyway, as he and Shirley began to chat, the friend made a hasty excuse and left them on their own. The usually guarded Strawberry started to open up as they both shared their past and hopes for the future. Okay. That might have been her second mistake, opening up to a man that she just met. And likely, like the victim, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Hold on a second. Let me get some water. My voice is cracking and everything else. More than likely, and I've talked about this before, more than likely, also like the victim that we're going to hear from later, sometimes women will meet a man and the man is open to listening. And because a man seems open to listening and because he may or may not be sharing a few things, just because of the fact that he's open to listen, we tell too much. We just regurgitate our entire past. And you give the devil everything that he needs to know so he can destroy you. And I believe that that's what Shirley did. The usually guarded Shirley started to open up, and I think she should have stayed guarded a little while longer. Let him talk. Let him tell you all of his business and all his goings on and about his previous relationships. But when you first meet a man, that's someone you don't know, not a good idea to just tell them everything. You can keep some stuff to yourself, or you can generalize it. But she told him all about her past and her hopes for the future. So now he knows how to hook her, because now he knows what it is that she wants. And this is what con men do. They look for what we call your hot button in sales. When it comes to getting a customer and closing the deal, we look for something called a hot button. This is something that is connected to a desire that you have. And if we show you how we can help you fulfill that desire, well, there you go. Williams arranged for one of his company's drivers to take Shirley home and asked her on an official date. So he finessed her from day one. Nesto finessed her from day one. Took her home in one of his security vehicles, made her feel real safe and special. Days after, the couple quickly bonded and spent hours talking and people watching in Atlanta's Piedmont Park. He was a complete gentleman from the beginning, she says. He's handsome, but most important, he was honest and kind. I could throw up right there, because he's anything but honest, and he's certainly less than kind. Strawberry let him know up front she wasn't in the market to be a girlfriend. There was a time I would never have said that and would have been afraid to say how I feel, she says. Men say what they want all the time. So as women, we have to step up and say what we want. You just might get it. Yeah, and you could also get more than you bargained for. Once again, she decided that she was ready to be married. And she let this man know up front, I'm not just trying to be a girlfriend. I want to be married. And that was music to his ears, because I believe that even though this friend, and I have a theory on who this friend might be, even though this friend introduced them, as soon as Nesto found out who this woman was, he felt like he hit the jackpot. He talks about how his good deeds always comes back to him. So he probably felt like, yeah, I do good deeds, and I got someone that's going to help me make it. And so I do believe that he preyed on her from day one. Eventually, Strawberry introduced Williams to her daughter, Sheridan, a senior in high school. So those of you who wanted to know how old was Sheridan when she met Ernesto, let me see. Sheridan was born in, where's her information? When's her birthday? Let me see. Sheridan was born, look it up for you guys really quickly. Let's see. Well, I'll get that for you shortly. But she was young. She would have been what, 17, 18 tops? She couldn't have been she would have been around that age. She definitely would have been around that age. I'm trying to look up her background now. I had it. Okay. So she was born in, she'll be 27 now. Sheridan was born in October. So that being the case, she would have been, depending on when she started high school, she probably was about 17. So let's just say she was 17 years old. I think that makes the most sense. Let's say she was 17 when she met her mom's boyfriend. So the article says that Sheridan loved him instantly. Her mother recalls. Last summer, Sheridan joined forces with her mom's beau for a special birthday surprise for Shirley. So Sheridan and Ernesto planned the surprise marriage proposal. Okay, the special birthday surprise, a marriage proposal live on the radio show. It was such a shock and so romantic, Strawberry says. You never know what God has in store for you. William shared that he wanted to celebrate his upcoming 50th birthday in a big way, and that included gaining a wife. The couple set their wedding date for his milestone, January 9th, 2015. Okay. The article goes on to say, what attracted me to Shirley was her positive energy, William says. It was so strong, I had to humble myself as a man to allow God to speak to me through this incredible woman. So it's that kind of talk. You notice he talks about God a lot. There's a call where he says, and I believe in God. I believe in God. I've been around men and women of God, Christians, Catholics alike, okay? Muslims alike. And I've never met anyone that constantly has to say out loud that they believe in God. You know, the Bible says you will know them by their fruit. So if you believe in God and you're a believer, it should show in your actions. There should be something about you where you don't have to say it every 5 seconds. And so I think he hooked Shirley again with some of this God talk. Okay. The couple's black and white Friday night wedding was planned by Tony Conway and overflowed with love. Shirley was escorted down the aisle by her mentor, Steve Harvey, she wore never used white satin shoes that she had bought more than 10 years ago when her first marriage was ending. I thought, I'm just going to buy these shoes for my next wedding, she recalls. My friend added some bling to them for my special day after the I do's. Kem sang his song, Share My Life, for the couple's first dance, and the pair toasted their love with family and friends. The following Monday morning, Strawberry was back on the radio helping listeners with their relationships. When you make room for love, you discover you have more than enough space, Shirley says. Okay, so that is the end of that article, and I'll share some pictures with you. You know, it's it's incredibly sad that it went this way because all she wanted to do was find love, right? She deserved that. Nobody's perfect, but at the very least, she deserved that. And thank you so much for the super chat. Makes sense to it said, wasn't Nesto seeing and dating a woman that Shirley knew? He dropped her for Shirley. That's a great segue because we're about to jump right into that article. Yes, indeed. And thank you again for the $5 super chat. And may your gift return back to you tenfold. I appreciate you so very much. Absolutely. Absolutely. Here are the shoes that she talked about that she had a friend add the rhinestones. Okay. And here is Steve walking her or preparing to walk her down the aisle. Okay. She looked really happy. She looked really, really, really happy. Um, but the thing is, this union was not of God, and he tried to warn her. And we'll get into that a little bit later. So I'm going to share one more article with you guys, and then we're going to talk about who was dating Ernesto right before her. Okay. And this person is in the same industry. So I find it hard to believe that she didn't necessarily know. But let's get into it. So Shirley got her man, and the person who was with him dodged a bullet. Okay. Definitely dodged a bullet for sure. Actually, I'll tell you what. Let me move directly into that article first, and then we'll come back to that. Let's talk about this one first. This is from Atlanta Daily World. Ebony Steele and Shirley Strawberry shared the same man. Shared the same man. And if you notice, they kind of look alike, which is very eerie. Try to make this bigger. See what that's doing. There we go. They kind of look alike. Okay. Radio personalities Ebony Steele and Shirley Strawberry have more than just being female cohorts on popular morning shows in common. They also share the same man. Steele, the talented but ousted co-host of the Ricky Smiley Morning Show, was engaged to a former felon before he moved on and is now engaged to Shirley Strawberry, the current co-host of the Steve Harvey Morning Show. So it says the talented but ousted co-host of the Ricky Smiley Morning Show was engaged to a former felon. So again, Shirley knew that this man had a record, but he's talking about God, and he probably convinced her that, he learned his lesson, he turned his life around, yada, yada, yada. Now, what you usually have in mind not what you usually have in mind when you think of a love triangle. According to both SandraRose.com and RhymesWithSnitch.com, said the similarly built women who favor each other from a facial standpoint also share a similar taste in men. Here's what RhymesWithSnitch.com had to say. Here's the tea. This dude is the ex-boyfriend of former Ricky Smiley Show co-host Ebony Steele. He is an ex-con hustler who was seriously involved with Ebony for over 2 years. He came up using her when he first got out of prison. She thought he was going to marry her. After he was done with her, he came up on Shirley at the hair salon that Ebony was going to at the time. Now, less than a year after breaking Ebony's heart, he is proposing to Shirley. Hell to the nah. And that is the end of said article. Now, I've heard some conflicting information. Not sure what to believe, but this sounds very interesting. So in the previous article, a friend brought Shirley to Nesto's business to meet him. Okay. And then bounced so they two could talk. Here it's saying that she met him at the hair salon that Ebony was going to at the time. I haven't found any information to dispute what's said here. I haven't seen anyone say, no, that's not true. Not even Shirley herself. And so I'm going to be honest with you guys. I kind of believe it. I kind of believe that she might have seen Ernesto with Ebony at the time. And then, her friend may have also said, okay, well, you want to meet him? Because I know where he works. I know where his business is, type of situation. But again, how you meet, how you get with a man, how you get him is usually how you lose them. But it worked out in Ebony Steele's favor because this queen, she dodged a bullet. She really did dodge a bullet with this one. Okay. He came up using her when he first got out of prison. And for the life of me, I don't understand how Nesto was able to finesse these women who are well-spoken, well-dressed, well-educated, typically have, good finances. This is another woman who's a radio personality, but I guess she didn't have the same clout that Shirley Strawberry had. Oh, hold on a second, y'all. there is an unwanted friend. I don't know if this is an ant. I don't know what it is, but I'm about to kill it. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Because no, you don't. Not up in here. Yeah. Okay. These hybrid bugs, I'm not sure. That looked like an ant with the legs of a spider. I'm not sure what it was, but I killed it. Sorry, y'all. Trying to interrupt my live. No, you don't. All right. So that's how she ended up getting with this man. It's a little trifling to me. It's a little suspect. I'm just saying we won't know the whole truth. I'm just telling you what I believe. I believe that she may have come up, on this man and was probably looking at him and checking him out while he was with Ebony, at the time. Okay, that's alleged. I don't know that to be true, but I do believe that there was something very funny going on. He was engaged to Ebony Steele. The engagement is broken off, and next thing you know, he's with Shirley. So, okay. And that right there should have been Shirley's first red flag, But when you the heart wants what it wants, and sometimes when you want something so bad, you just want what you want. Well, she wanted what she wanted. She paid the consequences. All right, so Shirley wanted Ebony's man, and she got him. So they call him entrepreneur. So they got married at the estate, which is an Atlanta mansion, and this is what it looks like. It's quite beautiful. All right, here is the bridal party. So again, we see, let me make sure you guys can see this. Okay, so again, we can see Sheridan, and we can see a couple. I'm trying to see if I recognize all these faces, and I don't recognize all the faces, but basically this is the bridal party. Sheridan is tall. She looks beautiful. Okay, here's Shirley's wedding dress. So for her something blue, she was gifted a garter belt by a friend. They called it a match made in heaven. Shirley met her match after deciding to put more energy into her personal life and happiness. Same thing. She had faith that God was going to send her a man, and she couldn't just sit at home doing nothing. She had to put herself out there. She sure did. She put herself right in Nesto's way. Shirley purchased these shoes, which she had never worn before. She purchased them 10 years ago after her first marriage ended. The shoes had rhinestones added by her bridesmaid, Tracy Johnson. Okay. They are beautiful shoes. So here again, these are some of the pictures that you've already seen already. She talks about making room for love. Okay. Black and white affair. So in this picture, if I'm not mistaken, this looks like Laverte, and that kind of looks like Miles, but I can't be too certain about that. But the girl in white looks like Miles to me, Ernesto's daughter. Not sure who the others are. And I haven't been able to see recent pictures of Miles. So maybe this is not Laverte. Maybe this is someone else, but that looks like Miles. Anyway, let's keep going. So Ernesto gave her a necklace that she wore that day. So this is her. Okay. A friend of a friend. So again, claiming that they met through a mutual friend who introduced Ernesto at the concierge business, which may be true, but that doesn't mean that's the first time she ever saw Ernesto. I don't believe that Shirley, being the type of person she is going to have a friend set her up on a blind date. Oh, this is guy that you have to meet. Let me introduce you. I believe that she probably had some limited interaction with Nesto prior to. All right. So we already know he proposed. He talked again, he was attracted to her positive energy. I had to humble myself as a man to allow God to speak to me through this incredible woman. What is he even trying to say? Nesto just makes up stuff, and half the time it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I guess he's basically trying to say that he had to humble himself and listen to this incredible woman because it was God speaking through him. So it was because of that he decided he had to marry Shirley, because Shirley said she wanted to be married. She said she ain't gonna be a girlfriend. I am nobody's girlfriend. So here's Ernesto and his groomsmen, and many of you may recognize the handsome Dre, aka Peach Cobbler, on the left. And then going from left to right, that is his son, Dion. There's Ernesto. And not sure who this is, but then next to that is Lamont, and I'm not sure who the other gentleman is. Okay. Nesto said, you got to say what you mean and you might get it. She made it clear. I'm not meant just to be a girlfriend. She said it to the wrong man, though, unfortunately. So again, these are just some more pictures of her. Okay. She says, all this pressure single women have on ourselves, we don't even have to have. We can put some energy, time, and effort into being happy with ourselves and in a great relationship with a great guy. So she thought Nesto to be a great guy. Maybe if she had dated him a few more years, she would have learned that he was not somebody that she should be married to. I'll get into that a little bit later. Okay. Because she fell for him right away. He provided her exactly what she needed. Security, literally. He provided security for her, literally. Literally, he provided security for her. And we're going to take a look at another video that will kind of give us an idea of how he was able to hook Shirley. Literally how he did it. So she talks about an instant connection. Shirley introduced Ernesto to her daughter and maid of honor Sheridan. A few months into their relationship, she loved him instantly. So she didn't even get to know this man for any considerable amount of time before introducing her daughter to him. I think she should have waited at least a year of dating this man before introducing him to her daughter. Now, you guys tell me what you think in the chat, okay? Tell me what you think in the chat. Is that too long? How long would you wait? You have a teenage daughter. Okay, you have this man that you know are dating and you really like, and I'm pretty sure Shirley was probably like love at first sight. How long do you wait before you introduce this man to your daughter? I will share with you later how long my mom waited when a man came into her life and I was a teenager, and how long she waited before I met him. Okay. Steve Harvey flew in from taping his daytime talk show in Chicago to escort Shirley down the aisle. He's like my big brother and uncle. I've learned so much from him. Apparently, you didn't learn enough. Okay. So again, the girls are really, really cute, adorable. Love and Faith, Steve Harvey. Okay, I'm sorry. This is Nephew Tommy. Nephew Tommy reads Corinthians 13, 4-8 during the ceremony. Bridal beauty. She says, he says, when I saw my beautiful bride coming through the doors, I was so honored to be the man of her life. A walk to remember. I bet it is. So Shirley says, I was walking so fast. I remember walking down the aisle and Steve was telling me all the way down the aisle, don't walk so fast. Take in the moment. Shirley had her running shoes on. She was running to that damn altar. Shirley was a thirst bucket. Okay, I think that's what got her in trouble. She was too thirsty for a man, too thirsty for this man, and all too thirsty to get married again. And she looks absolutely stunning in this picture, by the way. So here we have it. There's their beautiful altar setup. Okay, they exchange rings by Shirley's friend, Atlanta jeweler Ty Parker. Okay, this is Ty the jeweler we always hear about. Okay, the couple bounded through people watching and talking at Atlanta's Piedmont Park. Okay, so these are some more pictures. She said he was so easy to talk to. He was just the perfect Southern gentleman. So remember what I said earlier about him using this mush mouth as a means of disarming people. You know, I'm just an old country Southern gentleman, but I believe in God. You know, you wouldn't be threatened by somebody like that because you're like, yeah, well, he you know, sound like he. It's like you wouldn't expect an elderly person to rob a bank, right? Because you just assume they're old, they're non-threatening. And because he was so easy to talk to, she told this man everything that he needed. She gave him all the fuel. She made it so easy for him to take advantage of her. Okay. All right. I'm grateful that everything went off without a hitch. It turned out to be a beautiful ceremony and everyone had fun. Okay. Yeah. And here is the group photo. So here is everyone in the wedding party. Okay. A godly love. How ironic. God loves us all the same. What's for you is for you and it's coming. I think Shirley should have been a little bit more patient. That's what I think. But I'm always torn with this story because on the one hand, I can come down on her and say, you should have known and this, that, and the third. She wanted love. She had the blinders on. She had the blinders on. This is my theory. My theory is that Shirley had the blinders on and she was caught up in this whirlwind affair, with this man. Kem is over here singing "Share My Life." Okay, right? I think she got caught up in this whirlwind romance, and this man seemed to provide everything that Shirley wanted. And by the time it was no longer red flags, by the time things started going down, she was already in too deep. I'm married. I have a reputation. Let's just try to cover this up. You've got to get this taken care of. Oh, we're going to hear from Shirley in a little bit. We're going to hear from Shirley. I'm working to be an even better wife to my second husband with lessons I've learned from the mistakes that I made. So the mistake that she made was to, I'm not going to say the mistake that she made was to be a better wife, but I think in her quest to be a better wife, Shirley just decided that I'm going to stand by my man and I'm just going to turn the other cheek and come what may, we just going to deal with it. And she just became very tolerant. And she began to do things that she would chastise her listeners if they did things like that. She says, talk to God, inquire of him what it is that he will have you do. Put him first in your life. Yeah, and I think, once again, Shirley needed to have some more talks with the Lord, okay? Shirley passes her bouquet and blessings to the single ladies. Once again, she looks very happy, all right? The couple with Strawberry's cousin celebrated Ernesto's 50th birthday on their wedding. So they got married and also celebrated his birthday the same day. Same day. Yeah. All right, let's move on to something else that I want to show you. But this is how it began. So it was a perfect storm for an epic fail from the beginning, is what it was. Okay. All right, I'm going to pull up something for you guys now. Let me see if I can find it now. Hang on a second. I want to pull up for you guys. Hang on. Let's see. Okay. I don't have it queued up. Give me 1 second and I'll find it for you guys. Let me stop sharing. Let me check in the chat and see how you guys are doing, because I have not been able to see any of the comments while I've been doing this. And I knew that there are a lot of comments. All right. So wasn't Nesto seeing and dating a woman that Shirley knew? He dropped her for Shirley. Yeah. So the answer is yes. He most definitely was. Okay. He most definitely was. So old school Nixie says, I agree. And I think Shirley had some sense of who she married. Because remember when Nesto said, you knew what I was before you married me, and Shirley shut him down quick. You knew what I was, not even who I was. You knew what I was, right? You knew what it was before we got married. Our thoughts of Nesto are based on what we've learned after his arrest. Shirley wasn't privy to this information when she met him. This is what Laskia says. Well, Shirley was privy to some information. She was privy to some information, and we'll get into that just a little bit. Hello War says, I believe using the radio show to propose was a public relations stunt for more scams. Yeah, so he definitely, I think he did that because he understood who he was dealing with. Shirley is very materialistic. She's all about the show. She's all about optics, and her being on the radio. First of all, I think it was a very low, what's the word I'm looking for? Like low-key engagement. He just came on the radio show and surprised her and said, will you marry me? No special words. He didn't say, unless they cut the video, which it doesn't look like they did. It was just, he came to her job, got down on one knee and said, will you marry me? Just very dry. Sometimes the first day of marriage is the last day of happiness. Oh, Old school Nixie. Ebony tried to warn Shirley too. That girl repping BK New York is saying Ebony tried to warn her too. So I think there are many people who attempted to warn Shirley, and Shirley just didn't listen. She wanted what she wanted, and that was that. Does Shirley resent Marjorie? I don't think she resents Marjorie. I think she is envious of Marjorie. Not even jealous, just envious. She desires to have what Marjorie has. You know, she looks up to Marjorie as that is the level that's what I want. And it's very challenging to be in the same space as someone who has the very thing that you want, but you just can't seem to get. Remember, Nesto asked Shirley what her credit score was before he popped the question. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, yes, Shirley is a victim in the grand scheme of things. She didn't ask for all of this, and you can hear it in her voice when she says, "I'm done. I'm tired of all this." However, I would not put her in the same category necessarily as some of the other victims. I would say that she was victimized. She was victimized. But she was also warned way in advance about this man. Notice how much they do look alike. They both favor bums. Yes, Ebony definitely dodged a bullet. Most definitely she dodged a bullet. Let me see. Just Me said Ebony Steele was the other woman Nesto dated. Yep. Mm-hmm. And part of me wondered if Ebony Steele is the one who introduced Shirley to Ernesto. And I'll tell you why I say that. Sometimes you have women who are in a bad relationship and they know that the relationship is pretty much over and they realize that they have a problem on their hands. Have you ever dated a man or a woman that you realize is a problem? I mean, a real problem. Not just problematic, but they are a problem. And so sometimes what I've seen women do, not necessarily personally, but I've heard of stories and I've seen a number of documentaries where women have done this, is that they're with a man, they realize this is not going to work. This man is crazy. He got issues. He got problems. And they want to push that man off on somebody else. And so what they'll do is, hey, listen, it didn't work out between us, but he really is a great guy. Let me introduce you and just get to know him. And, if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't, but at least try. And I'm wondering if that might've been, what happened. That's one theory that I have. Now, I know that Shirley said that she was introduced to him by a friend. And then she said, well, an ex-friend. So, yeah. So I'm wondering with that, was that the ex-friend and they're no longer friends because Shirley realized, oh, okay, so you knew this guy was like this and why would you introduce him to me? And you knew he was like this. I have an aunt whose friend introduced her to a man who was incarcerated. Okay. And I don't remember the whole story. I have to ask my mom. I'll get the story for you guys later. But the point of the matter is this was someone that she knew was bad news. And she introduced her friend to this man. You have some women who are real shady like that. Real shady. He was old school Nixie. He was donut dashing on these women, okay? He was donkey dashing on these women. Oh my goodness, you guys are hilarious. When I date someone for the first few months, when you date someone for the first few months, you aren't dating them, you're dating their agent. Ooh, Kimmy who? I'm a snap right there. You ain't said nothing but a word. Okay. That is very true because people put on airs. They show you who they want you to see. They show you the best version of them. And then the second you get comfortable, then you start seeing who they really are. And that can happen, especially if they really are bad news. Some people just get comfortable and they, well, when I met you, you were dressing really nice and smelling nice. And now you're sitting around the house, you dress like a bum, you barely shower and all type of things, right? But you have some men who purposely are going to show you, they love bomb you. They love bomb you. Nesto be setting setting it off in the bedroom with all these toys, masks, liquid V, zips, etc. I can't. All right, let me find this video that I wanted to show y'all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, y'all hilarious. Okay, hold on a second. It should be in my playlist. Let's see, because I had to create a playlist just for this live because there's a number of videos that we're going to be looking at. So let me see if I can find the one that I wanted to find. That was one of them, but it was no, this is not it. It was the birthday one. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me check my history. This was that one video that was evading me. And I definitely wanted to show this video because this was, I don't know. I guess this was after the proposal, maybe. I don't know if this was the engagement party. And Shirley was all in Nesto's face. And then she licked her lips. She flicked her tongue. And I was like, okay, so you might be a little bit of a freak too. Okay, I get it. No problem. Yeah. So let me see if I can find this real quick for you guys. Let me just go through my history because I definitely looked at it earlier. Let's see if I can find that. And if I can't find it, then I'll have to do something separate on it. Okay. Let me check Steve Harvey and see if it's on there. Official Steve Harvey. Let's see if this is on. If this is on his. It's a short video. It's 4 minutes. And some of you guys might be able to help me find it. It's a very short video where he is where Shirley, she's got her flowers and everything. Oh my goodness, I can't remember where I saw it now. Let's see. Let me look it up. Let's look Shirley's birthday. Let's see. Shirley's birthday. And then I want to hear from you guys. I want to know how long would you guys wait? That's what I wanted to know. How long would you guys wait to introduce your daughter to the man that you met? Okay. And I found the video that I was looking for. So we're going to talk about that in a second. All right. Hang on just a momento here. And I will share this one with you guys. Okay. That's what I want to know. Okay. Hold on a second, y'all. Because my window is open. I'm like, I know I just killed this bug, and I know he didn't just creep back on up. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I guess it's an ant. Well, it's dead now. Y'all heard me slapping, right? Y'all heard it. It's dead now. I don't know what it was, but now it is dead. Like for real dead. Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. Now, that's the one thing I don't do. I know I live in the country. I live in the South. But sorry, y'all, I don't do things that creep. I will handle lizards, frogs, snakes, okay? Sometimes I get snakes up in my yard in the back of my property. Sometimes they get a little close to the house, and I have to relocate them. So I don't kill them, but, I just pick them up and help them find another home. So yeah, those of you who didn't know, I'm a little bit of a snake wrangler. So that's something you didn't know about Wisdom's daughter. Wisdom's daughter handles snakes. And the largest snake I ever handled was an 8-foot king snake. Okay. All right. Y'all didn't come on here to hear me talk about snakes. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me find the window that it's in. So it's Ernest Williams stunts for his wife. Okay, so that's the name of the video that we're going to look at. Ernest Williams stunts for his wife. All right, let me share, make it bigger. Okay.
Just be quiet for a second. Let me ask you a question. The woman that you about to ask me this question about, do you love her?
Yes, sir.
Could you, when you think about it, You can't live without her?
No, sir.
Is she the woman of your dream?
Yes, sir.
Do you think about her oftentimes before you think about yourself?
Yes, sir.
Would you die for her?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you take care of her before you took care of yourself?
Yes.
Let me ask you this here. Would you love everything about her and everybody connected to her as if it was your own?
Yes.
Okay, then. Sure.
Yes.
This your man right here.
The Nesto.
Wait a minute.
This Shirley, happy birthday, is for Nesto.
So I'm just gonna we've heard this in terms of the audio. I'm just gonna talk over the audio, but you basically see what's happening here, right? Nesto security. So she has a personal escort team, a whole army of people to escort her to and fro. And this is part of the lawn con, is what I call it. She flashing that ring, baby.
For my birthday, I'm really excited. Thank you. I'm really excited about that.
Happy birthday.
Brought to you by my beautiful husband.
You all right?
Yeah,
The cake looks good right there.
I love these balloons. These are really pretty. These are really pretty. And the cake, oh my God, it's like a cake on top of a cake with cupcakes and strawberries. And then you got chocolate covered strawberries. And then we have some sparkles to put on. We don't do candles anymore.
Yes. Hold down here.
See?
Hold on.
Just show shit.
You marry me?
What?
Okay, let's say grace.
Hold on.
Let's say grace.
Let's say grace.
Let's let the queen
Let's
sit.
say grace. Dear Heavenly Father,
Oh,
thank you
yeah,
for
now,
this day. Strength and nourishment of our bodies in Christ Jesus.
Yeah!
Go, girl!
Yeah!
What?
Shirley Strawberry.
Happy birthday and congratulations, Shirley Strawberry is engaged.
Yes, live on the radio.
Live on the
Thank you guys.
This is live on the radio.
Okay, hold on
That
one
caller
second.
was set up. Talk to me about it extensively. He just walked in for sure.
I'm gonna roll it back for just a second because I was reading comments and I do remember there was a part of this video where I don't know if Nesto was feeding her or what she was doing. She was certainly licking them lips. So hold on, I'm just gonna take it back just a little bit.
all right?
Yeah,
The cake looks good right there.
I love these balloons. These are really pretty. These are really pretty. And the cake, oh my God, it's like a cake on top of a cake with cupcakes and strawberries. And then you got chocolate covered strawberries. And then we have some sparkles to put on. We don't do candles anymore.
Yes. Hold down here.
See?
Hold on.
Just show shit.
So Phony Tail is over there talking about Benihana, but you know, this is what Nesto's used to eating good. He don't eat no Benihana.
You marry me?
What?
Okay, let's say grace.
Hold on.
Let's say
Let's say grace.
let's let the queen sit.
Let's say grace. Dear Heavenly Father,
Oh,
thank you
yeah,
for
now,
this strength and nourishment of our bodies in Christ Jesus.
Yeah!
Go, girl!
Yeah!
What?
Shirley Strawberry.
Happy birthday and congratulations, Shirley Strawberry is engaged.
Yes, live on the radio.
Live on the
Thank you guys.
This is live on the radio. That caller was set up. Talk to me about it extensively. He just walked in for Shirley's birthday and just asked Shirley Strawberry
Ring. Oh
to
my
marry
God,
him.
ring. Carla.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys knew this. You guys knew.
They ain't told me nothing.
You ain't me.
You guys all knew. Everybody in the office is like here.
Wow.
Congratulations, girl.
Congratulations.
Thank you
So
guys.
you getting
I love
married?
you guys.
Yes,
And
she
Shirley.
is.
It's supposed to me.
And
Oh
Shirley,
my God. What?
I met this brother.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Shirley. Okay, okay, we see you. She made it very easy for him to take advantage. You see her, she's got a whole security detail. That's the word I was looking for, and it was escaping me. A whole security detail. Okay. So this is a little pornographic, so I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, you see her playing around?
Yeah, a little nasty
Ah.
Actually going to fly
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
to ask me for your hand in that.
What?
That's how cold he is.
Oh, look at
What is he asking you for though?
Well,
I'm
you ain't nobody.
I'm
We
good.
know.
Tommy was the only one asking the right questions. Who is Alfredo? Who's Nesto? Who's Nesto? What he asking you for?
I'm glad he doesn't have on headphones right now, so we can't hear that. Thank you.
Let me speak to Alfredo. Put him on the
His
line.
name
is
ain't
not
Alfred. His name
What
is
is it?
Thank you,
Nesto.
darling. Oh my God.
Shirley should have allowed Tommy to speak to Alfredo, and maybe he might have been able to enlighten her on some things. So I'm gonna bring. Let me see. I'm gonna bring this picture back up because someone was able to clarify who was who in terms of the bridal part, not the bridal party, but the here we go. So this picture right here. And thank you so much to Blessed for Life. So Blessed for Life says, so the young lady in the black on the left side, that's Laverte's daughter. I'm saying it's Laverte. The timeline wouldn't even add up. Again, like I said, y'all forgive me. I'm running on very few hours of sleep. But so and then that is Miles in the white. Okay. So Laverte's daughter and Miles. All right. So that's who that was. So like I said, Nesto set Shirley up for what I call the long con. Okay. He gave her exactly what she was looking for. She was looking for a life that would be comparable to Marjorie, a life that would make her feel like a queen. And it's interesting that Nesto was all too happy to do this when he was conning her, but then he clowns her for it on the calls. Very, very interesting. All right, I'm just going to fast forward to the newest comments because I know I'm behind. Hello, Worsted. I think Tommy was suspicious of the timing of the proposal and why Nasty asked Steve for her hand. Even that was strategic. He's a con man. We don't want to see folks' kids. I don't know what that means. Okay. Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, hold on a second. You're referencing the photo. Not a problem. We'll put this back up. All right. Now, granted, those kids they're not kids. They're not kids anymore. This was 8 years ago. So those kids are much older now. But anyway, let me see what else we got. Bald-headed Heathen said, she keeps saying, look at my ring with her vain ass. Yeah. And he knew enough that he knew that he had to get her a ring worthy of that ego of hers, worthy of that materialistic side. Frankly, Tommy has always been the voice of reason on that show. I agree. I'm embarrassed for her listening to this foolishness for real, for real. Mm-hmm. AK4. Okay, so hold on. I'm looking at the comments in reverse. Somebody's talking about AK-47s. Is it really that serious? Oh, yeah. What's that about, right? What is that about? But again, it was all about putting on a show. He was putting on a show for her. John Naughty says a lot of people laugh at Nesto now, but name anyone on the internet whose husband did it big for them like he did it for Shirley, aside from all that alleged criminal stuff. You're right. And this was the appeal. That was the appeal for Shirley. A man that could make her feel like a queen and a princess. And he filled all those voids, those emotional needs. She's over here talking about the Lord, but she's going to a man to fill that emptiness. And unfortunately, she was an open vessel when she met Nesto. But she wasn't, even though she's reading the Bible and quoting all these scriptures, it wasn't the Lord that was being poured into her. It was all this mess that he has going on. And speaking of that, let's hear from Shirley now. Let's hear from Shirley. So hold on. Let's hear from Shirley. Let's see where she is. Sorry, y'all. Every time I click to a video, it wants to autoplay. So hold on a second. So we're gonna hear, yeah, we're gonna listen to part of two calls. Okay, we're gonna start with part 8. Let's start here. Okay, let me share my screen. These are so on phone calls from prison. She has a playlist. This is the first playlist that she ever created, and it was like parts 1 through 14. And now that we have the information that we have, what we're doing now is we're going back and listening to some of these calls, because there are things that is so much in these calls there are things that we missed, that we overlooked. We had no context at the time. Well, we have context now. So not contacts, but context. So I'm going to play a little bit of this call from phone calls from prison. I'm not going to play the entire thing, because some of these calls, there are other calls mixed in. And there's only one call that where Bonitel is on it, where we'll listen to what she has to say. But anyway, let's jump right to where she starts the call.
That this is due to a restraining order. Take a listen.
Hello?
Hi, hon.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I just left
So you hear that mush mouth, right?
So they did give me a bond. I just have to see what the total is.
Okay, we gave you a bond.
Yeah, they gave
You
me
don't
a
know?
bond. I don't know the total. I have to wait till the Fulton County put it up. And I definitely can't talk on the telephone, because the DA said I said I was going to run and move out the state, knowing damn well I didn't say it like that. So I can't trust no fucking about on these phones at all.
So, what does this mean, though? When are you getting out? Did they say, or?
No, I gotta wait till I see what the charges add up to, the amount, and then I gotta wait till I talk to BC, because they say I gotta turn a passport in, which they stole my passport, so I don't have that shit. So I gotta get a consent form from the passport people, let them know that I gotta turn it to my lawyer.
So Nesto says that they stole his passport. That's not actually true. They confiscated his passport, but to him, he's telling Shirley, because see, here he is. You're going to hear him say multiple times, I can't talk too much on these phones, but he was quite comfortable with talking to, his side change, his side hoe, his side chick, his side hen, Bonytail Phonytail herself, aka Sonia Durham, aka Sonia Waller, okay, Miss Civil. He was quite comfortable speaking with her about these cases and everything else, but he tells Shirley, I can't talk too much on these phones, because he don't want Shirley asking questions. He doesn't want Shirley mentioning too much about what was going on. Okay, so that's his way of shutting her down, to get her to not ask questions.
Got to do that, and they put me on the leg monitor. And they said I can't go back to Fulton County until this is all the way resolved, and I can't to talk or be around Sheridan. Period.
Okay, because she has a restraining order.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's a restraining order.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yeah, I thought I told you that.
No, you didn't tell me that.
I thought I did. I'm sorry. I meant to.
No, I didn't know nothing about all that. Them folks said nothing about no restraining order. Them folks said that something different. Way different.
Oh.
Yeah, way different. So.
Yeah.
Now, let me just pause right here for a second, because Shirley is way too calm when she says, oh, yeah, it's a restraining order. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a restraining order. What? Why does your daughter have a restraining order against your husband? What? We're not asking questions unless she already knows what it's about. And why does your daughter have to have a restraining order against your husband? If my child has to get a restraining order against my husband, chances are that ain't going to be my husband for too much longer. That's the part. That's the killing part. That's the part I'm confused. That's the part I don't understand. She asked no questions. So that leads me to believe that either she knows why her daughter has a restraining order, and she's dismissed it as, oh, she's just jealous. Oh, she's just upset. Oh, there are a number of comments that I've read online. I will post some of them in the community chat or if I can or if I can got you. If I can bring them up on the screen, I'll show you. But apparently the restraining order had to do, and again, this is alleged, with according to one comment, something to do with molestation. Now that falls in line, and then we're going to cut to a commercial break in a minute, but that falls in line with information that was given to me about why Sheridan no longer lived in the house. Because Sheridan, we're going to look into Shirley's background and see about this house that she had. Because Shirley had a house. The fact that she was evicted 5 times or 4 times, 5 times during her 8-year marriage from houses that they were renting when this woman owned a house is ridiculous. We're going to take a look at that later. But getting back to Sheridan, what I was told was that he groped her or did something very inappropriate to her. So I'll give you an example. I'm not talking about, a hug where you hug someone just a little too long. I'm not talking about where, you kind of grab someone from behind around the waist. I'm talking about you come up behind someone. Okay. A man comes up behind his stepdaughter and rubs his manhood on her backside and the backside of her womanhood. Okay. That type of situation. Something very inappropriate. And I'm pretty sure that Sheridan told her mom about it. And it sounds like the way Shirley talked about Sheridan like a dog on some of these calls, she must not have believed her daughter. She sided with her husband. Again, this is all alleged. I don't have proof of this because I don't have a copy of the restraining order. I will try to find it. I want to see it. There's a lot of things that I'm trying to find because I want to see. But why would she still be with him after her daughter gets a restraining order? You don't get a restraining order against someone because you're jealous, because you're upset. You get a restraining order against someone because you're afraid they're going to do something to you. And it was deemed credible because she got the restraining order. Yeah. I don't know what to tell y'all, but we're gonna go through just a little bit of this call and then we'll take a break.
Yeah, it's a restraining order.
Yeah, that ain't what that warrant say though. That's not what that warrant said. It ain't said nothing about no restraining order. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody lying. I'm saying that right now on that warrant, it don't say none of that. That's not what they read out to me.
Well, but that's what I think I got that from the lawyer.
Oh, he's not gonna like that. He is not gonna like that. That the lawyer is talking to Shirley. And this was October 2022.
From DC.
Oh, I don't know when he told you that. When he told you that today?
No, I haven't talked to him. He told me that. Remember the first time? Remember when I told you about Shirley?
No, that ain't about that. No, that ain't. That's. I'm not gonna go in detail. I just gotta.
Okay.
I can't talk on the phone no more. Yeah,
Okay.
I find a lot of the days that I can't talk on the phone about no this case shit, none of that. I'm done with that shit. I can't even really talk to be honest with you. But anyway,
Okay.
so I can't live in Fulton County, so I'll be probably going to call, but I got to give him an address when I leave here, so that's not a problem. And yeah, that, and I got to have a leg on it. So.
Okay. So how long do you know?
Oh, I don't know. Whenever it's over with. Yeah, I got to sit here and process all this right now. That was so fast and a lot. I just took all that in so fast.
Well, hold on a minute.
He got to sit here and process everything. Why does this conversation sound like they're talking about what they had for breakfast? Yeah, what are you having for breakfast? Oh, chicken and rice. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like they're just having regular day-to-day conversation like this is normal. So, October 2022, she married this man January 2015. Apparently, this is Shirley's normal. And after finding out all this information, she's like, I'm tired. I've been dealing with this for how many years with you? I'm tired. Okay. And on that note, we're going to pause right here And I'm going to do a quick commercial break just to give you guys a minute to stretch your legs. Okay, go get some water, re-up on the snacks. All right, Mecca Dawn, I need you to make a liquor run. You know what? I have a taste for, what do I want tonight? I have a taste for some, for an amaretto sour. So I need you to get me a bottle of amaretto and a bottle of whiskey sour. All right, I'm making some drinks. And it's Cinco de Mayo. So how about we make a couple of margaritas? So I'm going to need some rock salt. I'm going to need some margarita mix, and I already got the ice. Okay. Y'all know I stay with some ice. But anyway, but on a real note, let me let me go ahead and take a quick pause just to talk to you really briefly about you guys already know butters and black soaps. Again, it is Mother's Day is coming up. So all I can tell you is get those orders in. Those of you who've already placed orders, thank you so very much on behalf of the owner. I've heard some of you tell me that you've gotten some coupons from the owner for like another 25% off. And so the owner is very responsive. Okay, that I can tell you. But anyway, what I'll share with you again is just my experience with these products. These products are great for anyone. If you have any type of skin issues, dry skin, if you have blotchy skin, if you have issues with hair growth, you want to strengthen your hair, skin, and nails, they have beard oil. So they don't just have products for women, they have products for men. But my favorite things are their African black soaps, which I can't speak enough about. All right. And so Boneytail said we're 80% sea moss. I'm not, but I do use their sea moss and argan oil body cream. It's a non-greasy formula. I will tell you, don't use it on wet skin. You don't want to use it on wet skin. You want to make sure that your skin is completely dry. This is not something you just want to jump out the shower and throw on. All right. If you have issues with your skin. So some of you guys may remember, I told you I used this on my son. So when he was getting ready for prom, he was like, oh, Mom, you're gonna put that thing on my face, right? Yeah. So he was asking for his conceal powder because he wanted to make sure his skin was looking flawless for the prom, because I promise you guys, the products do work. They have a number of natural oils. Again, they're made without harsh chemicals, very good for the skin. And I will give you guys an update on their hair growth products because my mom actually purchased some stuff. So I'll let you know how she's doing with those products. But go to buttersandblacksoap.com, check it out. Use code WISDOM for a 15% discount, or if it's your first time on the site, put in your email, get a 20% discount off your first order, and get your orders in. These handcrafted all-natural products are absolutely amazing. All right, y'all, let's get back into Shirley Strawberries. I'm going to leave the website up, and you guys can take a look at what they have after the live. All right. And some of y'all going to be multitasking. Y'all going to be on the live and looking at butters and black soap. And I ain't mad at you for doing that neither. All right, y'all. Let's get back into it.
Let's thank God that you got a bond. Thank you, Lord.
Yes. Thank you, Lord. I so thank you.
And it's coming out. It's coming off soon. You're coming out soon.
So someone asked, off subject, how does it work when you divorce folks in jail? Do they get to come out of jail to attend divorce court proceedings? You actually don't have to attend court divorce proceedings when you don't have to when you divorce. You can have a lawyer do it on your behalf. It can be done via Zoom, but I think when someone is incarcerated, I think the process is a little bit different. And that's one of those stipulations where you can say, my spouse is incarcerated and I seek to have a divorce. One of the videos that we're going to look at later this evening is another channel. And I just discovered this channel. I love this woman's voice and the way that she reports, but I'm not going to do the whole video, just the section where she reports on the divorce, but she's reading the divorce decree. And it's actually what she's reading is not the divorce decree, but the document that Shirley initially filed. And it sounds like the document that might have been filed back in September or October when she first said that divorce proceedings were pending. And so we'll hear a little bit about that stipulation of that document because I don't have the actual document in front of me. But this person does, and so we'll listen to that. A pimp named Nasty Nesto said, just ate dinner pot and is making a tequila run. Anyone need anything? Show do. Show do. All right, let's get back to Shirley.
And I'm coming out soon.
But when will you know about the bond?
I got 2 cases was indicted, so that means that they say they saw probable cause, so I have to go to court on that on the 23rd. That's on a Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but so far, yeah, I do have bond. I'm satisfied.
You're grateful for that.
Yes, I am definitely grateful for that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to sit there and listen to people sit here and lie on you. It's hard to sit here and listen to that.
Yeah.
No, it's hard to listen to that. You can't defend yourself.
Yeah. So that's where you have an attorney. What did he say?
No, I can't talk about on the phone. He did his job. I mean, he did his job.
So with Shirley, he can never talk about it over the phone, but he could talk to Ponytail about everything. Okay.
And just questions that you want to know, we can't talk freely at all.
Okay.
The DA said I was gonna move out the state. I didn't say that. I said when I get done with all this process I got going on. That's what I said. But I can't talk because they got you on mute.
Okay.
Now, it sounds like Shirley might have been prepping for her next Strawberry letter because I don't know how in tune she is to this conversation. I say that because my question would have been, well, when did you say that that you were moving out of state? Who did you talk to that about? Because we didn't have that conversation. Who did you talk to about moving out of state? Why is it that that they're telling you that you can't talk about this case now because they heard you talking about leaving the state? Who were you having that conversation with, Ernesto? Right? Shirley's just like, right, yeah. Nesto should have taken his advice when he took the same stipulation he put on Shirley about censoring her and silencing her about talking on this case. That's what he should have done with his side chick, and things would not have gotten as bad as they did.
Oh, it is what it is.
And it would not have been a bad day for you.
What it is, I do have a bond. I just gotta sit until that process is over with. But you're right though. They tried to destroy me. You're right about that part.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's okay.
Nightbot over here talking about, oh damn, we running out of chicken. That's because you keep eating the chicken. If you stop eating the chicken and get on your job, we wouldn't be running out of chicken. You supposed to be knighting and biting. You supposed to be get out the chicken.
That's what I asked for. Like I said, it is a God. I do believe in God, but I just got to be careful. Whoever and whatever I talk to on this telephone, period. Yeah, they would take what you say and run away with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I know for sure.
He was talking to Lamont and he was talking to Ponytail. Because remember, he was talking about going to Florida. And they actually mentioned that. So they talked, there is audio from the court that suggests that the part of them feeling like he was a flight risk had to do with the conversation with the girlfriend in Florida. And then they also talked about a conversation where he talked about going to Dubai and that Shirley Strawberry's employer, Steve Harvey, has a home in Dubai and that maybe he can kind of hang out there. Now, it may have been innocent conversation like, well, when I get a bond, you know what? I'm just gonna, or when this is all over, I'm just gonna do whatever. But the fact that they mentioned it and they realize that that's an option for him and that he has every reason to want to just leave the country so that they can't touch him because they knew all of what was coming. We're late to the party. They had this information, and they knew with all of this, he might run.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I'm just, I'm happy that you got a bond, that you're getting a bond. I'm happy about that. I really am. I'm grateful and thankful.
Well, this is a killer. This is the hurtful part. DA said.
Nightbot Shelby says she needs some Patron. Okay, so make yourself useful. Okay, because you over here talking about we almost out of Henny. So now you in the chicken and the Henny. Good God, Lord, somebody get the Nightbot. He up in the fried chicken. He up in the Henny, and Shelby says she needs some Patron.
Everybody I deal with, they're afraid of me. They're terrified of me. That shit really fucked me up when he said that.
Everybody like who?
Anything going on with the case. They just build
what?
it up. Yes, the society is afraid of me. That's basically what it is. Yeah. That shit crazy. That shit fucked my brain up then when he said that. That's what he said. So
So, I mean, what are they
yes,
trying to
they
protect?
So old school Nixie says, first and foremost, Shirley should have protected her granddaughter above all else. And you just reminded me, because if you remember correctly, it's Sheridan and her kids that are listed on that do not contact. So yeah, it's quite possible that it wasn't, even though she stated, I remember hearing that she stated that to her knowledge nothing happened with her kids, but it's clear that something definitely had with her. And I don't understand, how do you choose a man over your own daughter? I don't understand. Yes, Shirley made it very clear, I'm not looking to be just a girlfriend, okay, because she's up there in age. And Shirley probably felt that this man was from God, because I'm in my 60s, where she would have been what, in her early 60s. I'm in my 60s and I met this great, incredible man, who's giving me everything that I have to offer. Sometimes if it's too good to be true, it may not be true. I don't think he can contest a divorce. I think that's a wrap. He's a felon. He's a convicted felon, although he hasn't been convicted in these cases. So yeah, I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get that restraining order. Okay, and I've already put it out.
job. That's what their job is. That's what their
Yeah,
job is.
some kind of monster. That's so not true.
But
Wow.
guess what? It is what
What?
it is. Yeah. It is
Wow.
what it is.
Wow. Was the arresting officer there?
No, no, this ain't that type of here. This is just a bond here, because I've
Uh,
been over 90 days, and BC said, "Hey, I ain't seen no evidence." So he trying to make us something that they trying to do. So I can't do all that. All I'm doing is just keep my motherfucking mouth shut. I cannot talk on this phone like that.
okay. Okay.
That's all. So I'm grateful I got a bond. I just got to do the right thing on the bond and come on back and resolve this and move on with the life. That's all I can do.
That's all you can do. You're right. Keep believing and trusting in God,
That's
because He
all I can
will.
do.
Yeah. He is going to see you through. It's not
Hey,
over till He says.
He gets Shirley with his guy, and then she probably thought he was a godly man. You know. Linda Gibbs said, like I have said
This is over.
numerous times, he will only be getting out of jail in a pine box with a single poison ivy bush.
You know, it's going to turn around. Don't worry.
yes, it is. I know it is. I know it is.
You can
Yeah.
do all through Christ, who gives you strength. That's all you need. Just keep your faith strong.
Simply Lee says, no matter what Shirley did know or didn't know, nobody deserves to have ponytail in the life. That is very true. Very, very true.
Person, and I ain't that type person. But I tell you what, though.
At all.
I tell you
Well,
what, though. I'm not, boy. You think I'm really, really be like to myself, and I don't
yeah,
like people, man. Cause
yeah,
they will set you up.
yeah, yeah.
So, but
And
yeah.
people
So
act like they don't do that anymore. People act like, they don't do that anymore. Wow.
So at this point, Shirley is thinking that Nesto's been set up. What's interesting is he says, I don't know if it's this call or the next one, but he makes a comment that, you do one thing and they're going for your, okay, it's in the call we're going to listen to next. You do one thing and they're coming for your past, but I'm an innocent man. So which one is it? Are you an innocent man, or did you do something and now they're coming for you because you have a past? It's called recidivism. Once you have criminal activity and you get caught and you do jail time, especially a long bid, like 10 years, at that point, that's when you're supposed to stop. But with Nesto, he never stops. He has no intention on stopping. If he gets out, he's going to continue doing what he's always done. Okay. And if he can't get Shirley back, he's going to find another one.
Yeah, that's so hopeful to me too. And that's so hurtful to me, you know.
Yeah, well, like I said, you got to forgive and keep going.
Yeah, I forgive,
Yeah.
but
Yep.
wrong is wrong is wrong, you
Yeah,
You
know.
gotta forgive and keep going. So I'm curious to know who Nesto thinks he needs to who does he need to forgive? He sound like he needs some forgiveness, but who does he think he need to forgive? Who do y'all think he thinks he needs to? Wow, this man is delusional.
I ain't no spring chicken. Like I said, they reading out what I got going on in the past and all that. Hey, one thing I do know for sure, a lot of things that can happen in the past, you could be tricked too. But guess what? You got to pay for that the rest of your life, and I'm paying for it right now. I'm really paying for it. If I'm an innocent bystander, anybody don't care about that. They're going by your
Nope.
past.
So it was this call. So he said a couple of things that when you do stuff, it's gonna. I'm basically he's saying he's paying for his past, and he really is. I'm being up right now. I'm being set up. I don't know why this is happening to me. I'm an innocent man. You can't be an innocent man if you have a past. And now you have current behavior that is in line with what you were doing in your past. But now you moving on to bigger and better things, bigger and better schemes. And then he's talking about, well, when you have a past and you do one thing wrong, they're going to come for you about your past. But I'm an innocent man. He sounds so stupid. And Shirley's just agreeing with him. Right. Yeah.
That's what it's all about. You could save the world out here and give them $1 trillion. They don't care nothing about that.
Nesto, you didn't have $1 trillion to give, and I don't know who you thought you were saving out here in this world. Okay, you wasn't saving. You was destroying lives, not saving them.
You're going back. You one little slip up, they're going back on your past. For real. That is the true statement.
Ooh, he said one little slip up, and they're going back on your past. So is that an admission of guilt? Do we have any lawyers at the picnic today? Is that an admission of guilt? He says one little slip up. So for Nesto, because remember, this is October 2022. He just got arrested a few months prior, and he got arrested on the financial fraud. Right? That was the financial fraud. All that stuff that he was doing with Erica King. Now, when they pulled him over, and not just that, but with this house and him not paying rent once again and having all these cars, right? He opened up a can of worms. But for him, he sees it as one single act. Not all this other stuff that he's done. This is the mind of Ernesto, okay? So he showed himself to be a godly man. Shirley said in that article that he was an honest man, that he was a kind man, that he was easy to talk to. Okay? Like she just knew she found her man, and she like, yeah, this is what I did to get my man. You need to go get yours. Okay.
So, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Just
no, it ain't. It ain't a good thing at all. Nuts. The lies you tell.
I just gotta talk to my lawyer. I got faith in him. So
Yeah.
I got faith in God. I got faith in God first before I got faith in man. But I'm straight. I'm not gonna let nothing dictate me like that.
Why you gotta keep telling your wife who you've been married to for 8 years that you believe in God? I think she knows that. Who is Nesto trying to convince? Strawberry Tiger said, why they got those guns? Isn't that illegal? Nesto, I think one of his crimes was armed robbery. He had a sawed-off shotgun, if I remember correctly. I think that was one of his crimes. And he also was, him and Lamont were running cars, They were filing off the VIN numbers and taking cars and stealing cars and driving them across state lines. So Nesto and I'm surprised that Lamont hasn't been implicated in this yet, but maybe it's because they're going for the big fish and then they'll go for the little fish later. They got their bait though, okay, and that's Erica King, because Erica King is singing like a canary. So she is their bait, and how they were able to get and keep Nesto.
But it is so much I can just tell you. Is to blow your brains off.
Wow.
I can just so much I can just tell you, and it will blow your brains off. Who talks like that? Who talks like that? Tony B. Shirley went from an armed security to Fisher Price toy soldiers. I can't. Georgia is an open carry state as long as you have a license. Yeah, we didn't see him with them. Mecca said he needs some new friends. She needs some new friends. We didn't see Nesto with those guns. It was his security. So if they're licensed, absolutely. If they're licensed. But who talks like that? It blow your brains out.
Man, there's so much I can tell you that these folks out here just really, really, really be in your face, laugh and kiki, and throw the dirt in your face.
Wow.
Man, when I tell you, man.
Wow.
But
Spicy Delight said, why would she think he's being set up? Nesto was arrested 2 times before during their relationship and released shortly thereafter. If he was set up, they would have held him the first time.
It is what it is.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. That there's so much hatred, you know?
No, but they've been hating on me all my life. So I'm used to that part. And I still give him a pass. That's the killer part. I'm going to still give you a chance, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Boy, he done said, well, he not getting out. Nope. Sure ain't.
I hate all my life, so I'm used to that part. Yeah, but I just got to get past being too damn nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all. Just being too nice.
He's being too nice? Wow.
And that shit bites you back in the ass every time. Every time.
And they don't think you deserve anything. You don't deserve me. You don't deserve anything. But you're,
So that relieves you a little bit? Because it sure relieves me a little bit. I just got to process it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you're relieved a little bit. So.
Zen Soul, that's her advice.
So we're on the way. We're on the way. Thank God.
Yeah, I'm on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way.
Yeah.
I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm grateful to God, you know. Yeah, I'm grateful. Very grateful.
Wow. You know, sometimes you just sit back. You be wondering such told you this. Then you be like, I don't really believe that, but I'm going to take their face value. Then it take time. The truth come out later. Then they come out in the hardest place. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I love you. You keep your mind together. Stay strong. Yes, I am at ease now. I got to think right now. I got to think.
He got to think. Yeah.
They were saying to me, but yeah, definitely got God on my side.
Yep. He's there. He's working it out.
Yes, he is.
Well, just pray, honey. Just continue to pray in Jesus' name, and just keep your faith strong. When it's over, it's over. But we're just going through it right now, and it's almost over. Yeah. That's the best advice I can give you. You know, read that scripture that I gave you. Think about Job, how he blessed him, you know, at the end of it all, how much he was blessed, you know. People accused him too. They accused him, you know, and he hadn't done anything, but they thought he did, but he was just saying that he didn't. He was lying, but he wasn't lying, and God knew he wasn't lying. So anyway, it's going to be all right.
She's comparing her husband to Job because his friend says that he was lying, but God knew he wasn't lying. And so God worked it out. And so it's going to be all right. Wow. God has no tolerance for fools. Okay. And Shirley is a straight up fool. I saw the comment earlier. Someone said, you know, Shirley, like many wives, thought that she could love him. You know, if she just loved him enough, I can fix him. I can make this right. You know, I can get him on the right path. He just needs God in his life. You know, I'll read him some scripture. I'll tell him about Job. Everything will be okay. Nesto does the classic Darvo-ing. Deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. Wow. He does. And he's very good at that. Very good at that.
Like you tell me, everything's going to be just fine.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's going to be just fine. You know, everybody has to go through stuff in life.
So pepperoni, that's cute, said, in my opinion, they never sounded like a husband and wife when they spoke to each other. They sounded like buddies, very transactional.
I'm going to introduce you
So the rest of this call is really Nesto and Sonia. I think, is this when we first hear about, this might be when we first hear about Sonia.
to Ernesto's son Dion and his brother Lamont.
Okay.
You will hear how both Dion and Lamont know about Sonia, the woman in Florida, and also seem to speak with her on a regular basis. In my opinion, Dion and Lamont aren't protecting Shirley, but are only protecting Ernesto. I feel that Shirley was being lied to by Nesto, but also his son and brother, the same people she probably.
I love phone calls from prison, and I love these intros. I know she's so busy she may not have time to do them anymore, but these longer explanations, and basically what she's saying is that, uh Dion and Lamont, who's supposed to be people that she could trust, knew about Sonia, but do you think any one of them took the time to tell her, like, hey, your husband, he got a whole side chick, no warning whatsoever. No warning whatsoever. I think this was all that I wanted to play from this call. Let me just double check to see if that was it, because I took some screenshots of the timestamps to see. And yeah, this is pretty much where we're going to stop. So now we're going to switch over to another conversation that happens in the same month. Happens in the same month. And she's singing a different tune. I need you to
With some clips, I wanted to
hone in on what Shirley says in this call, because this is the call where a lot of us missed it because we didn't have the context at the time. So take a listen.
Share that I thought were interesting. They were pulled from 4 phone calls which were made in October of 2022. In this first clip, you will hear Shirley be a little more stern with Nesto. She states that he asked about her credit when they first. Got together.
But yeah, when you get out.
Okay, hang on just a second. I actually have the audio. I'm gonna see if I can bring it up, and I'll work on that just in case it keeps buffering, because that's annoying.
Out of there. I mean, we got to just get all this stuff in order. This is just too much. Too much. You can't be moving like you're moving and your stuff isn't in order,
Okay, so what you mean by that?
What do you mean? You can't be moving around. Listen, this is what I mean by that. You how you move all around the city and all that kind of stuff,
He laughing. Shirley don't find it funny at all.
You know what I'm saying? And your stuff is in order. That's why you got picked up, because you have warrants. You got to get this stuff taken care of. That's what I'm talking about. You got to get expunged. That's what I mean.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we've been married 8 years. You've been to jail, what, 3 times in 8 years?
Sheesh.
Oh.
That's what I'm talking about. You got to get this stuff taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. It's just enough,
Shirley says she has enough is enough. She has had enough. Oh, just pause it for just 1 second. So the first thing she tells him when this call starts is, you need to get your stuff in order. You need to get your record expunged. So sounds like Shirley knows a little bit more than what she was leading on. Okay. It sounds like she might know a thing or two. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, I don't know if she helped him do it or if he did it on his own, if he did get his record expunged, but I'm going to show you guys something. Hold on a second. Show you guys something. Let's see, I've got some screenshots, so I'll bring those up. Let's see. Can I make it big for you guys to see? Hold on, let me make sure I get the right one. So Nesto has some stuff that he is hiding in his background. And this might be one of the things that Wifey was talking about he needed to get expunged. Nesto has, when you look up like his criminal history from everything, you just type in his name. There are a lot of Ernest Williams, so it's a lot. I'm still going through stuff, trying to piece together and figure out which one is him. But when you go through it, it's a lot. Okay, and you guys see this? You see, he has 3 counts of distribution of booger. All right, this was out of Decatur in Thomasville, Georgia, but this was out of Decatur. Filed 3/16 of 2005. Okay. USA versus Williams. And it says defendant custody status released. So I don't know how long he was in jail. It says terminated 4/24/06. So I would have to do a little more digging to see what the disposition was on this. But 3 counts, okay, of distribution of 5 grams or more. So he was sounds like he was a street pharmacist. That's what it sounded like to me. This is one of those records that he probably attempted to get expunged because, you know, this was buried in a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay. Just buried. I have it up on the screen, so I'll mention it. We'll get into this in a little bit, but this is Shirley's her chapter 13, her bankruptcy, which she filed in 2018. Okay. So we're going to get back to this, but you explain to me, your husband is claiming that you didn't know about your credit when you met and he had to help you out and he's taken so much credit for what he's done for you. Why did she have to file bankruptcy in 2018, just 3 years into their marriage? 3.5, almost 4 years into their marriage, she's filing bankruptcy. Okay. And Nesto tried to file bankruptcy, but it was denied. It was denied. Okay. You see this? Chapter 13, dismissed fund closed. Okay. I think it said dismissed for failure to make planned payments. This is in 2012. 2012, 3 years before he married Shirley. He doesn't know how to pay his bills either. So she needed to do some research on this man. He tried to file for chapter 13. It says the case was dismissed. He's ineligible. It says only 180 days. So I'm not exactly sure what that means. But the point is, he doesn't know how to take care of his bills. That's the point. And this is who she married. So once again, a whole lot of lies was told on that altar. A whole lot of lies were told on that altar. Nesto is a piece of crap. But we'll continue on with just a little more of this.
You too, I know, but this is a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's get whatever you have to get.
Get it taken care of. Get it expunged. So she wants her fallen husband to hide his federal charges. I believe that she was aware that he had some his charges. Okay, I don't know if I can say that. I believe that he was in the bush. I believe that she knew his criminal past. Now, how she knew about it is a question. Because she did her homework, or did she know because he told her some things, or did she arrested the first time. Because tell him you knew what I was when you married. Must have been a conversation. Something must have occurred. There must have been a conversation. My theory is that Shirley knew he had a criminal past, but he was at her with wanted. That luxury, the appearance, the illusion. Appearances and the illusion of a luxury style. Nesto's luxury, right? Style. That's what she keeping up appearances. In addition, she's a young woman. She's got this man that looks good in a suit. Okay, he looks good on her arm. He's arm candy. He's got businesses. He's in Atlanta as an entrepreneur. All the celebrities are coming by his shop. He probably the same Nesto for Nesto did everybody else. With coming by, and she really thought he was right. And by the time she realized that he wouldn't do, he was already in the marriage. And how do you the public image? How no one wants to go through a public open divorce. And that's Shirley want to keep this on the wrap. She didn't want anybody to know. You need to get this taken care of. Nobody needs to know this. She's content staying with this man, even though he had a record and he's talking all this God stuff and else, because she feel okay, well maybe he's his lesson. He turned away from his past because that's probably what he told her. But the first time he got arrested while they were together, probably no. See, that wasn't new. That was something that happened from years. It's just they came back and they put the charge back on. I'm trying to hear the conversation. That's what I'm trying to picture conversation. And then he gets arrested again. I'm curious. What was his excuse that time? The second time. All these excuses, no, that ain't how that go. No, that ain't what that. No, that ain't what that said. That warrant says all these excuses that he gives her. He's been doing this.
Sponge, take care of it. Write the stuff down and take care of it. Care of.
Okay.
I mean, is that
no,
fair,
no,
right?
That makes sense. That makes sense. No, all what you're saying is valid.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
the one. We got together. You asked me about my credit. I didn't know credit.
Thank you so much, for the super chat. She said, "Thanks so much for the membership." Absolutely. I'm not sure exactly who you, but absolutely, and I appreciate you. And welcome again to the Wisdom family.
Yeah, get your stuff together. Get your record expunged. Get your wind out if you have warrants. All this kind of stuff.
Well,
that needs to be.
First of all, I didn't know I had the video. It tells me if you got warrants and everything. I go put them on a counter suit now because I'm removed without having anything on me. So they said they never had none. So you understand?
Yeah, I get.
Why does she understand what he's talking? I would have been, well, why are you on this radio looking to see if you have warrants? Why would you have warrants? Why would you have warrants if you're on the straight and narrow? You're on the straight and narrow, okay? You turned away from a life of crime. So yes, you did get rearrested or some charges put back on him from an old case that was probably no process, and they decided to come back and prosecute. But yeah, why are you checking this radio to see if you had done the most? And you wondering if anybody caught on yet? Surely don't ask any questions. He is a criminal. For real, for real.
Yeah.
I
So
get
now I had to go countersuit because that was incorrect information they was giving me and
right.
everybody
So
else.
that's good because that didn't sound like you to just be moving around knowing you have
Thank you.
outstanding stuff. It didn't sound like it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, if you need your attorney to look into it, just get it taken care of. That's all. Because this, you know, you don't need to be out here, you know.
She's saying, listen, you're out here stunting in these streets. You've got security detail, and while I appreciate all that, and you got all these fancy cars and carrying on, and you're not, you don't know that you have warrants. And Nesto's over here talking about, yeah, back the people of the radio company because I got a countersue. Yeah, because that ain't what they told me. Because the radio man said that I ain't had no I ain't had no warrants. Oh, Nesto was stupid too. Him and his stupid boo Sonia.
It's a lot. It's just a.
Okay, now what's next? What else done kicked off?
Oh, nothing.
Are you sure? What?
Yeah, I tell you more than you tell me. And then when I tell you stuff, then you take it someplace that don't even need to go. Now we don't even house because of stuff. So we wanted to get out of there. I just kept hearing about.
Did y'all hear that? And now we lost our house because of stuff. Right? What kind of stuff caused you to lose your house? Not paying rent? Yeah, that'll cause you to lose your house. Okay, that'll definitely cause you to lose your house. A pimp named Nesto said, remember he still had a drug problem, and Dre mentioned networking parties, things were going on, allegedly. Yeah. I do remember that. Now that you mention it, I do remember. And this is something that he was, you know, he had. So Shirley doesn't pay her bills. That's just what us regular people do, I guess. I don't know if she thought he was having, WD, you're having sound issues. You're going in and out. Okay. Sorry, y'all, that I'm going in and out. Is anyone else? Yeah, someone else said audio. Your voice is breaking up. Audio in and out. Okay, hang on a second. Let me do this. It could be the microphone that I'm using. I'm going to plug in. All right. All right, hold on a second. All right, can I get a sound check? Can you guys hear me? Can I get a sound check? All right, if you guys can hear me, give me a sound check. Someone's still fading. Oh, Glorious Love said, oh, still bad audio and it's choppy. Oh, no, that ain't good. That ain't going to work. All right, let me try. Okay, Mechadon says I sound fine. Okay, we can hear you, but your voice is in and out. Okay, is this a little better or is it the same? I went back to my trusty headphones. All right. So you guys let me know. Sorry about the choppiness of it. It could be okay. CP, the trucker said much better now. Okay, awesome, guys. Sorry about that. A little better. Okay. All right. See you then. Said it's a little better. It's better. Awesome. Okay. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate you guys letting me know. Miss Boogie Down. She must be from the Bronx. Miss Boogie Down said, I agree with your earlier sentiment. She loves and idolized the life Steve and Marjorie have and wanted that for herself. And he talks a good one. So look, yeah, that's what she wanted. Shirley got what she wanted. She just got more than she bargained for. Nesto, we are waiting for you out here in California. Strawberry Tiger said, we waiting for you out in Cali. Don't you bring your mind to Cali. We waiting for you. I choose Joy. As much as attorney cost this rodeo, perhaps she went bankrupt due to his previous arrest and legal issues tied to those. If she was paying, she wasn't bankrupt all those years before him. Oh, hands down. Absolutely, hands down. Hands down. Let me check to see. And thank you so much for the super chat. Hold on just 1 second. Miss Boogie Down, thank you so much again for the super chat, and may your gift return back to you tenfold. And moving on down to a pimp named Nesto. Thank you for the super chat. Case is interesting because a mixture of victims, various levels of scammers, scamming, and being scammed on. It's like it's victims and hustlers. It's just a lot. And may your gift return back to you tenfold. So, okay. Let's get back. And then we're going to take a look at her background.
Blah, 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 blah. But we left, and we didn't even have a sure place to go. And I knew better than that.
Okay. All right. Well, you got it. You got it. Well, let's see what's going on in the next quarter.
That was poor planning. Poor planning.
We'll see what the next quarter got for us.
And then the movie.
This man, this is how he deflects. Okay, so we'll see how next quarter gonna go. We'll see how next quarter. That is your response. Shirley is trying to tell you that it was poor planning because you tried to blame it on her, saying that she was complaining some bugs. So you rushed it. Meanwhile, it was really because they were about to be evicted. Okay, the marshal was coming. Thank you. The marshal was coming. That's why they had to get out. And she's talking about how the movers just threw her stuff in storage. They just packed everything up, no kind of order, anything, just threw her stuff in storage. And she said it. You know, we left without nowhere to go. We had nowhere to go. That's why he had to keep, well, that's not why he was keeping these cars in Erica King's which it wasn't her driveway. It was the driveway of the house that he was renting that Shirley didn't know about. But my point is, he says, well, because I just left a couple cars there in her driveway because I was, in transition from my other house. What celebrity moves from house and don't have anywhere to go? And I'm saying celebrity because, because of Shirley Strawberry. Snoop Alicious says, I think Erica was talking for Shirley and she may not have known about this eviction. I don't think she knew. That's why she wasn't at the hearing. I don't think she did.
Just threw my stuff in there.
Okay.
There's no kind of organization.
What you gonna
no
do?
kind of organization.
I don't want to hear that part. So while you talking,
what?
I heard that. I've been hearing.
What?
So what you gonna do when God bless you with more tenfold? What you gonna do then?
Well, then I'll just take that, and I'll that's cool. But
Ninja Shirley, don't let him back you into a corner. So now, because that didn't work, the first thing he tried didn't work, right? Talking about, well, we'll see how it go next quarter. What the hell? What? We'll see next quarter. What about right now? I need a house and a place to live right now. Next quarter. You talking about we'll see how it go next quarter. What an answer. So that didn't work. So now he's like, well, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when God bless you with more? Because Shirley is vain. And he knows that he can play on her vanity. She has an issue. She has a vanity issue. She has a vanity issue. I was shocked to hear she went to school for that. Please read my test was shocked she didn't know better. And Sia then said, if she didn't know, why did they garnish? She may not have found out until they garnished her check. I'm just saying.
But guess how God blesses you when you are a good steward of the things that He has already.
That's right. So guess what? So we're gonna continue getting our blessings in Jesus' name.
We're gonna continue our big blessing. Here he go with the mush mouth, okay, with the field Negro, our big blessing. Very, very sad. See it in. Extremely sad.
Continue getting blessed. You best to believe it. So ain't going
I just Joyce said he's like a piece of greased ice. I think she didn't know. It feels off to blame her for his underhanded foolery. So we're gonna get into that because I know our hearts want to remove all blame from Shirley and say that she just got like these other victims, but she had a hand. There were so many text messages and things on her social media, people pleading with her to help. And as a matter of fact, in just a minute, we're going to hear from one of those people. People pleading with her to help them. Your husband owes me money. It's too many text messages. Too many people that were trying to get help from her scamming husband, and she just turned a blinded eye. Shirley had every opportunity to get out of this mess. She chose to stay. She chose to. I believe that God was warning her about this man even before she married him. She knew that he was a felon, so she knew marrying this man, she was taking a risk. I don't know how she knew, if she knew everything that he was convicted of in his past, the death by deception over and over and over, all this stuff. So you married a thief who was running drugs, who in cars and taking them over state lines and erasing VIN numbers. This is not some young person that is like, well, I don't have any food to eat, so I'm going to go to a store and steal bread. This is a man who built his life on taking from other people, stealing from other people, conning other people, love bombing other people, essaying other people, and enjoying it all the while, and putting God into it. Because he feels like because he fed a few homeless people, that gives him the right to do whatever he wants to do. Yeah, bald-headed heathen, I agree with you. She is too old for this dumb ish. Shirley said, I am not confused. Okay, the fact that she's telling this man to get his record expunged, you can't expunge certain crimes, but she's telling him, well, do what you can. Just get rid of it. The way she reacted when she found out that he was on the news, oh my God, what? Oh my God, but you're on the news. Her whole world was crashing down because, like Ernesto, as long as he could keep Shirley in the dark, he could control the narrative. As long as he could keep her from talking to the lawyer, he could spin whatever story he wanted to spin. But, and Shirley, same thing. As long as she could keep this under wraps, she can make people think that, it wasn't what it was. But we heard what she said, and she had to go on Steve Harvey and apologize for talking crap. And had no problem. My spirit would have been so convicted knowing that I got this going on in my life, but I'm doing a strawberry letter. Come on. Shirley doesn't get a pass. She don't get a pass. Mecca Dawn, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. She said, nah, sis, I'm not giving her any leeway at all. I'm just saying, I'm not negating the fact that she got taken for a ride, but we need to, she needs to be accountable for her role in it. She needs to be accountable in that. That's what I mean when I say she's not innocent in all of this. Shirley went to school for investigative reporting, and you don't lose because that's not what you get paid for. I don't know why you feel the need to come after me. Okay, I'm not sure what that is, but I didn't know Shirley went to school for investigative reporting. Um, so that's interesting. She went to school for investigative reporting, and she should have had the know-how to do an investigation on this man, especially because it's like, okay, but see, Shirley thought that she was evenly yoked with this man. The first time he opened up his mouth, she should have known that something was very, very wrong. The first time she opened his mouth and heard this man speak, she should have known something is wrong. Okay. Some of y'all keep wanting to act like Shirley was some naive fawn in the woods because of her air persona and her misappropriating scriptures to boost the ego of a felon. Shirley said, "Yeah, I just played dumb." Shirley knows how to play dumb. She knows how to play coy. She knows how to play slow. Okay? She knows how to play this. She's good at feigning, you know, not necessarily being fake, but when you know what I mean when I say you feign something, it's like pretending, definitely pretending. And so the Lord left me to her own devices. She didn't want to listen to the warnings before she married the man. She didn't want to listen to the warnings while she was married to the man. People who said, your husband is terrible. He owes me money. There were so many people. She didn't even listen to her own daughter when her daughter said, this man is bad news. Shirley got what she wanted. She made her bed and she has to lay in it. I'm not saying that the start of it, okay, she didn't deserve to have this man come and do what he did in her life. But once she saw who he was, she should have walked away. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not going to stress myself out in here. And when I get out, I definitely ain't going to do that no more. I had to realize how old I am. For real.
Mm-hmm.
In this next clip, Sonia starts by asking Ernesto what his lawyer's winning rate is. Ernesto also goes on to talk about his good deeds.
No, I mean, what's his winning rate more so?
Huh? What's that?
I said, what's his winning rate?
Winning rate?
Yeah. What's his winning rate?
No, I'm not worried. I mean, I got God on my side, and plus I know I can't worry about something that I don't get forgiven for. I got to keep moving. I got to keep moving. So that's what I'm on.
Keep moving.
Yeah. What's that?
There it is. I said, there it is.
There, what is?
What you said. I was agreeing with you.
Oh yeah. So I gotta move forward. It is what it is. So this happened. It showed me where you stand at in my life. It showed other things I need to see be tested. Everything needs to be tested, not on my end, but and to me, the universe got to test what you got going on. See what you got going on is strong or weak. So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, so I already forgave and what I need to forgive and keep moving. So I'm gonna get blessed again. So basically, I was just showing you last night shit, the blessing keep going for me. No matter what the trial and tribulation be, I'm still gonna be what I gotta do, because I do good deeds. Yeah.
You do good deeds.
I do. Yes, ma'am. I got a record of that too. You don't talk about that.
You got a good heart.
Yes, ma'am. I don't receive the goddamn blessing. You're a blessing too. So I couldn't receive you if I wasn't giving up good motherfucking deeds.
I couldn't receive you if I wasn't out here doing no MF and deeds. So back then he saw Bonitail as a blessing. I wonder if he still thinks she's a blessing. Nesto, the way that he's talking appears to me that because he's gotten away with this for so long, he feels like because he's done some good deeds, he sees his criminal behavior and what he's been able to do as a blessing. Something is very, very, very wrong with this man. He might need a psych eval. All right. Something. I'm not saying that even if he has some type of mental illness, because I think Nesto's a sociopath. I think he's a sociopath. He is a pathological liar for sure, but I think he's a sociopath, honestly. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't know and understand that what he's doing is wrong. So he won't be. So if he's listening, because I know you listening. That doesn't mean that you can use the mentally ill. I'm not fit for trial, and because I'm mentally ill, just send me to a mental institution. No, 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 no.
Oh my God. Oh my
Hey man,
gosh.
take care. No,
In this next clip, Shirley tells Ernesto not to laugh so much and that he was laughing in court. It also sounds like Shirley wants to get her money back from someone named Dawn.
Good luck.
I was fine. I thought about it all day. All you say, you need don't be laughing. Now you got to take things. I do be taking things that you say I laugh all the time. Yeah.
I don't say it all the time. I just, sometimes you just laugh and it seems like it's a serious moment. Like when we went to court that time, you were laughing. Remember?
Well, what happened?
You
So
were
when they went to court that one time, Nesto was laughing inappropriately. And he's gonna tell her that, well, I laugh sometimes because I know people are lying, but he laughs for different reasons. That's one of them. He laughs when he's nervous and he doesn't know what else to say. He laughs when he's hearing something and it's bothering him because he knows that what he's hearing he's the cause of, so he just kind of laughs it off when he's not appropriate, you know. But I love how Nesto just dismisses Shirley. Shirley's like, well, I don't have money for shoes. I got to get some shoes. Well, where your money at? That's what he's asking her. Why is that? Where's your money? What you doing with your money? Like how when Ernesto is talking about the fact that his life is over and he's probably going to be locked up for the rest of his life, and Boney Tail's over there talking about her next trip to Vegas, just very inappropriate, insensitive. Nesto does that to Shirley too.
remember that.
I don't want to. I don't want to go. I don't want to say the wrong thing and criminate myself because I know when you see me laugh, because I know a person be lying, and I really want to see someone bust them out. But yeah, that's all. I didn't know person how they be doing.
Just don't laugh. Just control it. Why can't you control the laugh? That's it. Just don't say anything.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
You're right. You're sure right.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Just don't
sure
say
right.
anything.
Okay, so how you feeling today? Is your neck good today? Is your ass good today? Are your hips doing today? What's going on today?
What? My neck, my what?
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're bad today. You're like, oh man, I'm just so in pain today. I just can't with it today.
It was my knees. It wasn't my neck and all the stuff that you meant. My hips. Just my knees. They felt better today. They're still in pain, but they felt better. I just have to get some shoes. I haven't gone to the mall to get some shoes or order them or anything, but I don't know if I can because I'm running out of money.
Well, what you been doing?
Paying for you.
Exactly. What you been doing? She's been spending all her money on lawyers, on commissary, on phone calls. What you been doing?
Paying your stuff.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. We'll talk about when I get ready.
Now he's saying they're gonna talk about it
Yeah.
when he get out.
Okay.
I'm not rich.
No, I didn't say that. You should be able to go get you some shoes now. Come on. Man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Nesto's a dirtbag. You should be able to get shoes now. Now let Nesto call Shirley, and she's out shopping for shoes. Okay, then he gonna be clowning her, talking about, yeah, you crying that you ain't got no money for lawyers and you can't make the next payment and you can't pay the car note on the truck, so you got to sell it, but you out shopping for shoes. He is despicable.
Anything else okay with you?
Yeah, I'll be glad when I get my money back from that Dawn person.
Well, I already got somebody that I already looked up and everything, so I'll deal with that when I get out.
But I'll be glad when I get my money back from that Dawn person. Good luck, Shirley. Well, I done already looked at that, and I done already made a phone call. So and look and see. And really, Nesto, you done already looked into it, and you done made a phone call. Really, you doing all that from jail?
Gotta have the
Yeah.
paperwork. That's why I got to get that stuff back from that officer, that detective. They got my stuff in their bag. So
Yeah.
I'm not worrying about that. They got
Ooh, the bag. So Nesto's response to her getting her money back from this Dawn person is, yeah, I gotta look into that. I gotta, cause I call that person. I gotta call that person. Yeah, cause I gotta get that file that paperwork and get that stuff out my bag. Dayton, listen, Nesto is he's about how many days that has it been? About 700 and something days. Late and $1 short. He's about $1.2 million short because they had already went through that bag. The papers that he was talking about are documents that why he was carrying these things in this bag in his truck. Have no idea. Knowing that you're doing what you're doing, you're carrying the evidence that can incriminate you in your truck. He had a copy of the lease with the forged signatures on it in that bag in his truck. And he talking about, yeah, I got to get my bag back. Like he think that they didn't go through it. Come on, Nesta.
got to give me my stuff back because that's a business operation. So
Yeah.
I got to get that back. But I'm leaving God's hand. I'm gonna get it back.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely in God's.
So that's all. That's all. I'm good. I'm good on that. He ain't feel me yet.
Hmm.
The next clip I want to share is between Sonia and Ernesto, and they talk
Okay, I don't think we're gonna.
about which actor would play Ernesto in a movie.
Okay, so we're not gonna listen to Boney Tail talk to her jail boo. Those of you who are familiar, you guys kind of already know what that conversation was about. And those of you who are not familiar, Nesto is basically going to talk about his life as a movie, and he wants to write a book, and he wants to make his life into a movie, and he wants Denzel and Denzel's son. He wants Denzel to play him in the movie, basically. Okay, and I guess he wants Denzel's son to play Dion and all type of foolishness. And Mr. CKB couldn't believe that Shirley wouldn't use her skills to investigate someone she's bringing into her celebrity lifestyle. She was meeting politicians with a dangerous felon husband. She, I think Shirley might have been dematized, okay? DKmatized because she like lost all reason. Lost all reason. So, and I know, and I know we have a difference of opinion, and that's okay. Some of us are feeling more sorry for Shirley than others, but I think we all can say that no woman, we all can agree that no woman deserves to have a man do this to them. I just wish Shirley would have done something about it and didn't let it go this far. I think she had an opportunity to get out of this. She said she chose to stand by her man. She chose to stand by him. When he got arrested the first time, she could have left. When he got arrested the second time, she could have left. When he got arrested the third time, she could have left. This is the fourth time he's been arrested. She could have left when they got evicted the first time or the second time. So, some of those evictions she may not have known about, meaning that she may have assumed that Nestor was taking care of things and he may have given her an excuse as to why they had to leave the house and had another house lined up so she didn't care. Just like how he said to some of his victims, you need to upgrade. You're over here driving a Toyota Prius. We need to get you in a Lexus. I'm gonna help you get a Lexus. And so he might have been saying, you know what, you deserve an upgrade. You deserve bigger and better, big blessings, and God is good and all that. And so leave one house, stop paying rent, and go to another. I don't think she knew about this rent issue until she got garnished. That's just my opinion. I think that once she got that garnishment, he couldn't hide it anymore. I truly believe with this last house they lived in, he hid that from Shirley because he knows that Shirley would have been like, enough is enough. I'm out of here. We getting evicted again. I think with the Bent Creek Manor House, and that's why he had Erica King pretend to be the lawyer, and why he was there and Shirley wasn't, because he wasn't even supposed to be living in that house. If you guys remember correctly, she was the only one who was supposed to be living in the house. So there are some things that were going on that Nesto kept her in the dark about, but she took a chance on a felon, and she bet wrong. She bet wrong. So let's do this because this is. Let me just take this off. So we are going to we're going to move on. I want you guys to hear from this victim, and then we're going to look at some stuff in Shirley's background as it relates to this house. But I want you guys to hear from this victim, okay? Because I don't think I don't think we can truly understand until we actually hear from someone. And some of you may have heard this before. This is from 7 months ago. Those of you who follow Essie Berry probably heard this, but again, she is an activist. What she does is she helps victims and she gives them a safe space and a safe place to tell their story. And this video is called Exclusive. Ernesto victim has courage to speak. She says that Shirley Strawberry knew. All right, so let me share this. So we'll hear from her. We will hear from her right now. And as you listen, you may hear some similarities between her experience with Nesto and what we can gather that Shirley may have gone through in terms of where was Shirley's mindset prior to meeting Nesto? Being in a place where she didn't love herself, being in a place where she was learning to love and like herself, being vulnerable, wanting to get back in, being so desperate for something, and then finding someone who could give her that. So she thought.
Out to different sources before you came on this platform. I told him, about my hardship. Hold on. Like that. So I'm like, oh, good. I don't have to worry about nobody trying to talk to me. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to reach out to him. At that time, I was in a really, really dark place. Like, I had just lost my mom. I just lost my nephew that was staying with me. Not only that, like, I gave him a little, like, snippet of my life, my background. Like, I told him, about my hardship. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Yeah, that's the loudest it goes. So y'all might have to come up your speakerphone.
Essie was having some
Is your
audio
speaker all the way
issues.
up on your phone, baby? Okay, how about now? Can you hear me? That's a little bit better. Yes. That's as far as it's going. That's as far as it's going to go. So I hope they can hear me now. That's way better. Yes, go ahead. Okay. I was like in a really dark place at the time when I reached out to Ernesto. Like I said, I was taking care of my mom. She had cancer, and my nephew was living with me. He had got murdered, and I gave him like a snippet of my life. Like I was raised in a really abusive household. My mom was alcoholic. My dad had left. I was molested. And sexually assaulted by my mom's boyfriend, who she stayed with until she passed away. So I was letting him know, like, I'm in the mental, like, I'm going through a lot mentally because I had to go into that household to take care of my mom and see her boyfriend every single day. I was working part time. I was in school, and at the time, I was doing hair. Talking, he was telling me how he had this mobile hair salon, and he was like, yeah, I could put you in the first spot. So any hairstylist know when you had that first seat at the door or that first booth at the door or whatever, that's like a big thing. So I believed everything that he was saying. I guess I was really naive at the time, trusting and thinking that a celebrity is going to look out for me. So he was like, well, it takes money to make one, that, and the third. And I said, well, it's okay, but I could do better. And he was like, all right, well, I want to see if you're really serious. I said, okay. So I was like, listen, I don't want nobody to play me out or whatever. I don't have money like that to give to anybody. just to play around with. I could do that myself. I'm like, are you really gonna help me? So he persuaded me. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna help you, and my wife is this and that, and I said, okay. So he said, well, this is what I need you to do. I need you to send a deposit for and then he would show me like we would go like
So let me shut down some of these other apps to see if we can get better.
we would video chat, and he would show me the mobile hair salon. I don't know if that was really his, but he was showing me one that he was working on, and it was really beautiful or whatever. And he said it was gonna be set up in Buckhead and this, that, and the third. And now, mind you, I'm from Jersey, but I go back and forth, and my parents are from Georgia, so I would be back and forth from Jersey to Georgia. And so he was like, we were trying to set up something where we could meet, and I said, okay, deposit. So I sent the deposit to him, and I thought everything was gonna go well. And then he was like, well, what about your car? Do you have a car to get around in, and this, that, and the third? And I was like, I said, I have a car, but it's not, the best of cars. Like, I wouldn't trust it to get around, like drive down here and get around with. So he said, okay, I'm gonna help you get a car. So it was something pertaining to his daughter, whether this was his daughter's car or a car she didn't want or whatever. And then he showed me the car. I believe it was like probably like a Nesto. So he was like, he showed me the car, and he said, listen, but I need something. I'm gonna pay for this car, but I need something to put towards this car. Now I'm sitting here, I'm like, listen, I done sent him $500 already, like for this the deposit for the spot for the mobile hair salon. I don't know if I'm gonna send this one. So he just kept talking, kept talking. Oh, he's good. He will convince you that you got on blue panties when you know you got on purple. So I said, well, I wanna before I send this, I really need to see this car. So he showed me the car or whatever. So he had me to send it to some lady named Verlinda. So that's the screenshot that I sent you, and it said investment when I sent it to him. I have tried to get my money back from this lady as well, and
The young lady speaking is a victim of Ernesto's, an early victim of Ernesto's. Okay.
she definitely wasn't trying to give me my money back, and I screenshot that all of the times I sent her uh to have her to send me my money back or whatever, to the point where she blocked me.
So y'all heard that, right? So this woman reached out to Shirley to say, listen, we have a problem. I had a business arrangement with your husband. I gave him X amount of dollars. He did not give me what he was supposed to give me. And I really need my money back. Can you help me? A real wife would have been like, who's this online talking about you gave her money and she didn't get it back. Now the first time I can understand, Shirley might have thought, oh, and Nesto might have said, oh, that's just somebody trying to scam us, and people always trying to get money from me, and because of who you are. So he probably came up with some really good excuse. But the second time, the third time, the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10, all the way to infinity. Come on. After a while, it's like you got a problem once you keep saying. So she blocked this young woman. This woman didn't say, well, she called me and I told her what it was and she just didn't believe me. Shirley didn't even look into it. She just blocked her.
And she, when I looked at her pictures, is very. I think that's his type, light skin, short hair, whatever, whatever. But anyway, I'm not sure if she was dating him, so don't quote me on that. I'm not sure if she was dating him or dealing with him or whatever. But this is who he had me to send the money to, and so after a while of talking and calling and video chatting, he would video chat with me when he was around other celebrities, and I'm like, okay, well, he's showing me that he's about his business. I guess eventually everything is gonna come together or whatever. bills are piling up on me and I'm getting stressed out. And he was like, I contacted us and said, listen, what is going on? We still haven't met yet. You know, you took my money. I haven't gotten a car yet. I haven't got no, like you're not even really talking to me like that. What's going on? So he called me back one day and he was like, okay, we're gonna meet up. So come on down to Georgia, this, down, and third. So I comes down to Georgia, spent about $800 to get down to Georgia. Um, and I hit him up and he told me he was in LA. Tell me to meet you uh so that we can start figuring out what's going to happen and when I'm going to start working or whatever to you in LA. Like, this is not what you said. You told me to meet you. And he's like, "Oh, well, I'm sorry. I forgot." And it was just a bunch of runaround, Miss Essie, like a bunch of runaround. And to the point where I kept calling him. I'm pissed off. And then when he did call to say, okay, well, maybe we could meet this day. Okay, so anybody that know me, when I get my menstrual, I know it's TMI, but when I get my menstrual, like, I'll be really sick or whatever. So I couldn't go anywhere. I was really sick. And I was like, listen, today won't be a good day. But I hit him up the following day. And no answer, no answer, to the point where I was like, listen, my brother was in the streets at the time. I'm like, listen, I'm about to get my brother. My brother said, you need to give me my money. Or he's like, I'm not worried about it. I'm a street nigga too. And just ghetto. And he just turned from this nice, that want to help you, to this savage. And I was like, wow, okay. So I'm like, I don't want to really get my brother involved in this. I never even told my brother at the time, but I did eventually tell him what was going on. And he was like, well, what you want to do? And I said, I'm gonna I'm gonna take him to court or whatever. I'm gonna take him to court. But I was like embarrassed and ashamed that I trusted somebody I didn't know. But we all take a chance with trusting somebody that we don't know, even if it's somebody you meet and you have sex with them. You took a chance with them.
And
So
Shirley took a chance with Nesto. And like I said, she bet wrong. Life Unleashed said, I'm late. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So, Life Unleashed, we're listening to a victim who is sharing her experience with Ernesto and how she reached out to Shirley Strawberry to tell her that her husband scammed her and how he scammed her. And that, she gave him money for a car that she never got. And she was, investing in a mobile hair salon and she never got her station or whatever it was. She was asking, for help getting her money back. And she reached out to Shirley Strawberry several times and Shirley blocked her. The title of this video is Exclusive Ernesto victim has courage to speak. She says Shirley Strawberry knew. So this is just one example where we can actually hear, because there are a lot of screenshots and that people have taken from different comments on Instagram, primarily in Facebook, where people have reached out to Shirley Strawberry to say, I need my money back. And so here we're actually listening to a victim tell her story about how she was scammed by Nesto.
I took a chance and thought that he was going to come through, and I thought that he had some type of empathy and sympathy for me or whatever, knowing my background, know what I went through in life, because it's a lot more than that I discussed with him, but I'm not going to say it on here. But he made it seem like he was really concerned, and like, well, what all I can't help you with, I know my wife, and come to think of it, I'm wondering which wife you're talking about, but that's another story. But I'm like, he wasn't.
Wow. And this was 7 months ago. So even 7 months ago, this victim was aware that he had more than one wife.
Trustworthy or honest. He came off to be in the beginning. He turned into somebody totally different. Definitely Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, so you said the car that he was trying to sell you was a Nissan.
I think it was a Nissan or a Toyota. It sort of looked, it was like this, we're talking about 2016, 17-ish. So, and it wasn't a new model car at that time. It was an older model, but I believe it was either a Nissan or a Toyota, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember, but it was one of the two.
So what made you hit him up? Because he was connected to a celebrity and you thought you could believe him?
That was a part of, but that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was because he was talking about all the great things that he was doing and how he's helping people get their lives together, helping them with their credit, helping them get established and just do great things in life. So I'm like, listen, I'm at a horrible point in my life. I really need somebody to help me get up out of this hole that I'm in. I wasn't making the money that I felt like, okay, he was talking about the mobile hair salon. I could do great because I had just finished school not a while before that, and I was already working in salons. I had the experience and stuff like that, so I'm like, okay, well, I know I could do something great down here, and that's not what happened.
Okay,
So basically, you guys have you get the gist of it. She started out by saying that I kind of gave him a little snippet of my life. I was abused, I was physically abused. um I'm not making the money that I know I should be making. I'm in a financial rut right now, I'm in trouble right now. And so Nesto preys on their desperation. He preys on their desperation. She was desperate and she saw a man who was willing to help and a man who appeared to have the means to help. Seeing, all of these celebrities, you heard what she said. He would call me, on video chat while he was with all these celebrities. And so she thought that he was someone she could trust. She trusted him. She took a chance. He told her, well, I'm going to need you to make a little investment. The problem with that word investment is that it is exactly what it sounds like. It is an investment. There are no guarantees with investments. And so she gave this man her money because he promised to help. He tricked her and conned her by showing her who he was connected to and what he was able to do for himself. And naturally, you would think, well, if he could do that for himself, then certainly he can help me. Yeah, I need a car. I need a car. If he can help me get a car, why not? Why not? So it's just sad. It's just incredibly, incredibly sad. Um, A pimp named Nasty Nesto said it was a perfect storm. Highly educated, well-to-do women having trouble finding men as they get older. But I also believe Shirley really wasn't ready. But like anyone, she craved companionship. Anytime they tell you to put investment, don't do it. This is Snoopalicious. Unless it's actually an investment. Otherwise, you set yourself up to not get your money back. A pimp named Nasty Nesto said she was so focused on material gains, accolades, a certain lifestyle of the black celebrities, she compromised. She made compromises that ended up costing her. She definitely needed to heal from her past issues first. Talking about Shirley Strawberry, and so I just wanted you guys to hear from this woman who met this man who appears kind and is a great listener and is easy to talk to, like Shirley Strawberry said. And she told him everything. Told him everything that he needed in order to get what he wanted from her. Gave the enemy everything that he needed in order to take advantage of her. So, yeah. In my opinion, Shirley is in recovery mode and fixing up her PR image in her personal life and her personal relationships because she cannot control the way the public views her right now. This is hard. This is a trial and tribulation that Shirley is going through. It's hard. Her faith is being tested. It's funny that her estranged husband talks about his faith being tested and he got to be tested by the universe and all that foolishness. But Shirley was really tested in this marriage and is being tested even now. Okay? Even now. Because everyone has something to say, even Wisdom's daughter. And, as I said before, she didn't ask for this. She didn't ask for this, but it didn't have to go where it went. She had plenty of opportunity to do something about it sooner. My issue that I took from the beginning, which is why I don't listen to the Steve Harvey Morning Show anymore, and I was a faithful listener, is because I was disgusted at the fact that she continued on with that Strawberry letter, knowing that she had all this going on. And I just think that that's hypocritical. And I would have had more respect for her if she would have just quietly divorced this man and then told everybody, listen, um, you know, I need to recuse we're going to take a break from the Strawberry Letter for a little while because I've got some things going on in my personal life that I need to figure out. And I just don't think that it's a good idea while I'm figuring these things out for me to continue doing the Strawberry Letter. They could have had somebody else do it but it's all about money. It's dollars and cents. The Strawberry Letter makes them money, you know? So, all right, let's do this. Let's get into, stop sharing for a minute. Let's get into Shirley Strawberry's background. I want to show you guys what I found. So I'm going to take this down. And let me just double check the comments really quickly, just to make sure there's not something important I really missed. Okay. I'm not going to fault Shirley because this woman made contact for her. I'm not going to fault Shirley because this woman made contact for her to help, and Shirley's husband denies or refutes what the woman said. Why would Shirley believe her? Exactly. In that case, but my thing is the first time, but once you notice a pattern, you know that your husband has criminal charges for theft by deception, and you just keep going. You just, so you get message after message after message of people accusing your husband of doing things that you know he was convicted of. People would not have known this man's past at the time. Nobody was looking into this man's background like that, back then. So far, at least on YouTube, there have been 3 acknowledged victims. Absolutely. Yeah, it was an investment for him. Nesto preys on desperation, all of his victims, including his wife. Boom. There it is. Shirley didn't do anything with her social media pages. Monica does. How does she know that it was actually Shirley ignoring or blocking her? Yeah, to some extent, you're right. You get to a certain level, but I don't believe for a second that Shirley was not on her social media pages at all, looking at some things. And I don't believe for a second that Mississippi Monica didn't go to her and say, girl, I'm seeing this, and this. What do you want me to do about it? Okay. It's like, for example, we have moderators, right? So a mod may come to me and say, girl, I'm seeing this. You got this comment under this video and that comment under this video. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to respond? Do you want me to just delete it? You want me to block it? What do you want me to do? I don't believe for a second that a conversation wasn't had. I just don't. Shirley might be slow. He treats her like she is. And she treats him like he's slow. Someone said it earlier. She treats him like she's his mom. It's like a mom-son relationship. Very transactional. Very transactional. Real Brown Family Chronicles says Shirley, Steve Harvey, Ricky Smiley, Tyler Perry, Denzel Washington, Loretta Devine, Oprah Winfrey, Vivica Fox, etc. I don't think Shirley knew or even singled out her message and blocked her. Yeah. I don't know. Reggie Moore says Shirley was teased regularly on the Steve Harvey Morning Show for not having a man. She was desperate. Maybe. And then time was ticking. Time was ticking. Pixie Cut said, but it was her job. I get it. Well, her job wasn't the Strawberry Letter. Her job, because the Strawberry Letter, she was on the Steve Harvey Morning Show long before the Strawberry Letter became a thing. Her job was to be a radio personality. That was her niche. That was her segment. Okay, that was a big part of her career and what made her on the show. But if you are good at what you do, then you can take a break from that and pivot into something else. I just think she should have pivoted into something else or done something different. But it's hard. It's because you take a risk, right? So if I'm no longer doing the Strawberry Letter, do they even need me on the Steve Harvey Morning Show? So I get it. This is one of those situations where there's really no perfect right answer. I don't think anyone is going to be able to come with the perfect thing and say, Shirley should have done this. And we're all going to say, yes, exactly. There's going to be many opinions on this because this is so complicated. You ever met someone, you're like, yeah, you single, and they say it's complicated. Okay. It's complicated. All right, last one. Barbara Brown Henry said everybody on the Steve Harvey Morning Show was married except Shirley. She was lonely and desperate, and that's where she messed up at now. She's double embarrassed because she married a con man. I think she should have waited. I think she should have waited. All right. I definitely think she should have waited. All right, I'm gonna come back to your comments. I want to show you guys this background. Let's dive into Shirley Strawberry because we said this is the Shirley Strawberry show. So or story. So let's dive into it. Okay, let me move Mr. Man out of the way for just a moment. Uno momento. Okay. And I do speak better Spanish than that. I'm just clowning. All right. And can I make this bigger for you guys to see? Can I make it bigger? Let's see. Ah, okay. Is that too big? That might be too big. Okay. 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 I have not I have not redacted anything on here, and I don't even know, some of these phone numbers may not even be right, but we're just going to focus on something very specific, okay? I want to take a look at this property right here. But before I do that, let's go to the relative section. So the first thing you see is Ernest Levert Williams, okay? Not going to go into his background. You see the Bent Creek Manor house? You see that? Okay. There's Michael Henry Strawberry. That is Sheridan's dad. Okay, so that was the first thing I noticed. Then I went to the address history and I looked at this property first. So this is this West Goldenwood property. So I'm going to, let's go ahead. I'm going to pull it up on another document so you guys can see. Okay. So some really interesting things. So this is the house, okay, if you guys want to see what it looks like. And some of you have seen this before, and that's okay. All right, so it was an 1,872 square foot home. It was constructed in 1985, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and it is currently owned by David Busey. Now, it has a market value of $1.7 million. Wow. Wow. Anyway. So let's look at the history on this property. Okay. So Shirley bought this property in 2005. All right. And I'm gonna open this up. And she had it until she sold it in February of 2022. Okay. So Redwood Holdings purchased this house for 900. I'm sorry. Redwood Holdings purchased the house for $925,000, but they did not purchase the house from Shirley for that amount. I do not believe. We're going to take a look at it in a minute to see what the house sold for, or maybe they did, to see what it sold for. So, okay. So Shirley, looks like Shirley sold the house for $925,000, and then Redwood Holdings turned around and sold it to the current owners for $1.5 million. You got to be kidding me. Anyway, we're going to and Shirley purchased it for $600. Okay, so Shirley purchases the home in 2005. Wow, February. That's interesting. Wow, she purchases the home in February of 2005 for $669,000. Okay, that's where her troubles began. We're gonna actually get into. Let's look at the actual property itself. I'll open up some of those things so you guys can see specifically how the house moved from one hand to another. So let me just scroll through and get to that part. Okay, so here are the records. So let's start from the beginning. Okay. So Shirley gets a mortgage from America's Wholesale Lender for $535,200. Okay. And she becomes the new owner. Then she refinances the home. just a little over a year later. That's interesting. Okay. She refinanced the home. It says transfer type, refinance or equity. So she either refinances, or in this case, she probably took out an equity loan. It probably wasn't a refinance. She probably took out an equity loan. Okay. Then it says November 5th, 2007, ownership change. So she did a resale, a quick claim. Now, I'm not sure what that was about, why a quick claim was done in 2007, but for whatever reason, she did a quick claim. It says Shirley Strawberry to Shirley Strawberry. I can't really explain that one and tell you what that one means, but it's listed. Okay. Then she does another quick claim. Now, I don't know if she did this to add Ernesto to the property. Not really sure. So I'm going to see if I can do some more research on this quick claim deed to find out what that was about. But that was in January of 2018. This is ownership change. Then it shows here February 10th, 2022, Ernest Jr. Williams to Shirley Strawberry. Okay, it says resale. So maybe she quick claimed it to him and then did some type of some weird transaction. Because yeah, I don't know. It looks weird. It looks really, really weird. It's just a weird transaction with this. And then finally on February 10th, she sells it to Redwood Holdings. Okay. So she sold the house on February 10th, 2022 for $925,000. That's how much she sold it to them for. Okay. Now let's see what they turned around and did. Just 2 months later, they resold it for $1.5 million. Wow. She took a major loss. I believe she did a quick sale on the property to try to get money quick to kind of help Nesto, okay, with his bond. But yeah. Now, I'm going to switch over to another document. But she wow. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say with this one. I don't even know what to say with this house, and selling this house quickly for it. But she definitely has some issues with some liens. So let's take a look at the liens. Okay. Because it's not just because of Nesto. So there was a lien filed on this house in 2009. Okay. It's listing the debtor as Shirley Strawberry. It was a state tax lien. So she wasn't paying her property taxes. She fell behind, I guess. Then there was another, this is a judgment against Michael Strawberry in the amount of $1,091. So he don't pay his debts and his bills. Okay. That's her husband. Here's another one. Debtor listed as Shirley Strawberry. She was named in this judgment for $37,155. This was in 2013. This is another state tax lien. This is in California now. Here we have Georgia, July 5th, 2018, in the amount of $17,217. Here we have it again, Shirley Strawberry, named as a debtor, another tax lien. So this is a tax lien filed by Fulton County Superior Court. This tax lien is just a couple years after she married Ernesto. So this is 2018 now. Now, I think by this point, he probably he had already been arrested at least once or twice. Here's another one. Judgment against Shirley Strawberry, a state tax lien in the amount of $4,727 on this same, well, this is the address that she had listed. So, but anyway, here's another one. Now, these are all filed on the same day. These are all filed on the same day. Another tax lien. So did she sell this house because she owed all this money with the state taxes and whatnot? A federal tax lien. California. Wow. Another $13,138. This is just the next month later. Damn, Shirley. Here's another one. Just the next month. Wow. Another state tax lien. This is also Fulton County. Wow. Okay. So this is all listed under this Inglewood house that she ended up selling in 2022. Hmm. Wow. So we're going to look at one more house. This is the house that she owned with Michael Strawberry. Okay. So that's this house right here. Very beautiful house in San Dimas. Okay. So this is currently owned by PN Holdings LLC. Also has a market value of over $1 million. Shirley bought that house in 2005 for $669,000, and it was sold in 2022. So, what 18 years later for $1.5 million. Wow. Okay. So Shirley bought this house. They don't have the date that she purchased the house, but let's see, for 280,000. Oh, it says date of purchase March 1997. I'm gonna open it up and see. We'll see. So there's Michael Strawberry. Okay, so he's listed in this house, and then I'm gonna show you one more thing about the Bent Creek Manor house. All right, so let's see what the deal is with this house. Wow, the HOAs for this house was $4,700. You got to be kidding me. On a 200 and something $1,000 house, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Okay, so here's the deeds information. So let's see how Shirley got this house. All right, I have to do it in the reverse, y'all. Okay, so she purchased the home on March 10th, 1997. Okay, she got a loan for $266,000. Okay, and this was done via a resale. It says it was a quick claim deed. Okay, so that's how she acquired this house. And then she sold it in 2000 to the Nyans, okay, who purchased it from her for $315,000. So she only had this house for a couple of years. Anyway, that was the house that she owned. But I noticed that there was also a lien on this house as well. But that might be for the mortgage. Yeah. Okay. So federal tax lien, July 28th, 2017. Interesting. Okay. That's a large amount. Yeah. That date and this address doesn't make sense, but apparently there was a federal tax lien and she's listed. So Shirley had a history of financial issues before she met Nesto. And I guess this is one of the reasons why Nesto feels like, he feels like he did something for her, or, he feels like we're gonna look at the bank property. He feels like he helped her, or, well, he acts like he really took care of Shirley financially like that. When how are you being taken care of financially when you're being evicted? It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. Not at all. All right, so now we're gonna switch real quick to the Bent Creek Manor house, and then we will get ready to wrap up. So this was the house that Shirley loved. Okay. Market value $1.1 million. That's the market value. Now, they were renters. She didn't own this house. They were renters. But what I want to see is possible residents. Okay. So now we're going to look at who listed this house as their address. Some of these names should sound familiar. Alasia Alexander, aka Dominique, had this house listed as her address. There's Ernest Williams, had this address listed as his address. There's Shirley Strawberry, had it listed as her address. She also went by same person. Okay, let's see who else is listed on here. Because I thought I saw some other names. Let's see. Okay. But I wondered, why would Alasia Alexander, Dominique, who he did introduce to some people as his daughter, why would she have this property listed as her address? Hmm. I looked at her background a while ago, but I just want to see who she has listed as family. I'm just curious to see who she has listed as family. As relatives. See if she has anything listed. Possible relatives. Let's see if anything rings a bell. Do any of these names ring a bell to you guys? Because it doesn't ring a bell to me. Mm-mm. Berries. I have to go back and see if any of this rings a bell. I don't know if she has any relationship to Nesto or not. It doesn't look like it, to be honest with you. But who knows? Okay. So let's look at Sheridan really quickly and see her address history. Yeah. So Sheridan does not have that Bent Creek Manor house listed. She doesn't have that. That doesn't come up in her background check. She's got her mom. There goes Nesto. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. And I'm going to pull up a couple things that came up on Shirley. Let me stop sharing for a second and pull that up. And then we're going to look at some of the comments that I found. Like I said, very, very interesting. So here, what we're going to look at first is Shirley's the bankruptcy. We're going to look at the bankruptcy filing. I don't know if you guys have seen that yet. Hang on, let me share my screen. And I know some of you are like, all right, I'm all picnicked out. That's okay. I'm going to continue going so I can show you guys everything because I'm almost done. And I don't have intentions of doing a part two. If I do a part two, it's not going to be about Shirley. So let me just share this with you guys. What window do I have open? Is it this one? Okay. Is it this one? Okay, here we go. So Shirley filed for bankruptcy on September 7th, 2018. It says the case was dismissed. So I guess her bankruptcy, it says the case was dismissed on December 11th, 2019. And she listed her total value of assets exempted was $106,668. Okay. So the trustee certifies that pursuant to Federal Rule of Bankruptcy Procedure 5009, the estate has been fully administered. The foregoing summary is true and complete, and all administrative matters for which the trustee is responsible have been completed. The trustee requests a final decree be entered that discharges the trustee and grants such other relief that may be just and proper. Okay. There's a copy of her W-2s. We're going to look at that next. We're going to look at that next. Hang on a second. Let me get that one up for you guys next. I was like, Shirley. So if you guys remember, Shirley attempted to get COVID relief. And technically, she made too much money to get COVID relief. But she tried it. She tried it. And got herself in trouble because of it. And why she did that, I don't know. I'm not really sure why she would have done that. Okay, this is the other document that I was looking for. So let me just pull this one up and I'll share that with you guys. All right. So here, can I make this bigger? Here is her chapter. Let me see if I can make it bigger so you guys can see it. Hang on. Hang on a second. I'm trying to make it bigger so you guys can see it. Here we go. I think that's better. Okay. So if I go into full screen, it doesn't make it bigger. All right, it's okay. I'll just. Okay. So she filed for chapter 13. All right. Let's see what she listed. So it says payment plan and length of plan. Monthly plan payments will begin 30 days from the date of bankruptcy petition was filed. If the payment due date falls on the 29th, 30th, or 31st of the month, payment is due on the 1st of the following month. Payments by debtor of $13,025 per month for 1 month through 60, totaling $781,500 for a total length of 60 months. So she's filing chapter 13, but she's going to make payments of wow. That's a lot. The remaining funds after disbursements have been made to all of the creditors. Okay, let's see what else she put on here. It was something I saw on here I wanted to show you guys. So she's got this G-Wagon listed as collateral. A 2016 Mercedes G-Wagon with 41,000 miles, and it's listed in the amount of 2,000. That's it, 2,000. Okay. Order of payment claims. Let's see what else she has on here. Oh, her attorney's fees was $3,000. Debtor will maintain and make the current contractual installment payments on the secured claims listed below without any changes by the applicable contract and notice in conformity with any applicable rules. These payments will be dispersed either by the Chapter 13 trustee or directly by the debtor as specified below. Bank of America. Estimated total payments, $8,407. Mercedes-Benz. Wow. Estimated monthly payment, $3,056. Shirley was living way above her means. $168,000. Wow. IRS. She owes the IRS $464,000. Wow. Cure of default. It says estimated monthly payment on, what was that? Arrearage, 84. Wow. 84,000. I mean, 8,400. Wow. So she was almost $1 million in debt. Value of collateral is listed at $139,000. Okay, there's her signature. We talked about this because there was a document where the signature looked a little funny. That was that affidavit. And we were looking for other documents to see if we can compare the signatures because they looked a little funny. But this is terrible. This is terrible. It was executed on September 7th, 2018. Wow. All right, I'm going to show you one more thing. Where is it? And no, this is not what I wanted to show you. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay. So here is, this looks like her W-2. This is her proof of income. Okay. You see what that says? Year to date, gross pay, $322,391. They take out taxes, and then her net year to date, $131,681. Okay. So, Shirley was not rich like she said, but she wasn't broke either. Okay. Half of her money was being taken out in taxes, but she wasn't broke. Shirley was not broke. This one is for August 1st through August 15th of 2018. All right. And her net pay for 2 weeks was $8,222. So she was bringing in over 6,000, over 6,000, 16,000 a month. Mm-mm-mm. Wow. So anyway, just wanted to show you guys. Yeah. So Shirley was making the kind of money where she should have been able to manage her finances. I'm just saying. Just saying. All right. Now I want to close out with this. Well, actually, we're gonna do two more things. I'm gonna show you some of these comments. I'm gonna show you some of these comments. These comments are something else, and then we're gonna close out with someone else's. I guess their take on the overall Shirley situation. It's a little controversial, and we'll continue the conversation in the not in the live chat, but just in the actual chat on the video. But I wanted to show you guys that. So hold on a second. Let me get this up on the screen and show you some of these comments of things. This is other people's take on the Shirley situation. Okay. So, for all the Shirley supporters, why is she asking an unemployed man who was in jail to get them a house when he gets out? Because she already knew he was involved in illegal activities. Okay. The second one says, right, they done been evicted from several homes. She should take this as an opportunity to find something that she can afford in her budget, rather than waiting on help, rather than waiting on Nesto to help con his way into another expensive place they will get evicted from. Wow, that was kind of harsh, but that's what they said. Okay. Everything is about some money. She is like-minded. To listen to his crap speaks volumes. Her greedy self knew of his BS, playing coy and confused. I can't with her. The other one says, I swear, I always say they are one eviction and 2 jail calls away from being SS themselves. Shirley, I don't know what that means. Shirley's acting like 17 years old, like a 17-year-old trap queen, because she wants to appear as if she's in the same league as Marjorie. Some of these comments are harsh. I think she was wanting to be like Marjorie and live that life. From my understanding, Ernesto gave her a $250 ring. She was beyond lonely and desperate. She was blinded by his youth and looks, which she used to justify her actions of dumbing herself down, looking the other way and playing the fool. If she had any dignity, she would have put her foot down before the first eviction and required him to act like he got some sense, or she would have to leave. Deuces. But unfortunately, she believed that he was the prize. It's crazy how women think other women need a man, and that's a problem. Ladies, love yourself. When you become needy, that's a problem. You don't need a man. You can want a man. Sorry. And they were saying that the advice given in this video, they didn't agree with. Shirley didn't know he was such a big scammer. He did everything she wanted by catering to her needs to get what he wanted from her. He knows how to finesse women to get what he wants. Shirley is a victim too. But all his victims will be victorious once he gets sentenced to prison for the rest of his life. And Sonia NIS will get their karma as well. Hopefully, all of them will be locked behind bars. Shirley was married before for many years, but it seems she didn't learn any life lessons from the mistakes made from this marriage. However, I heard she married her second husband within 6 months of meeting him. It's possible that she was love bombed and she fell hard. Well, it wasn't 6 months, but her loneliness did blind her to obvious red flags. All right. She is very materialistic, and I think that's how she got caught up. In a lot of his videos, he promises to show people how to get the money. I think she was impressed by that and didn't care how he was getting it. On each call, he silences her when she starts talking about a house because he had plans to do something illegal to get it. And she responded with, "Oh, okay," each time. When Nesto told Shirley that Steve knows who he is, instead of her asking, "Who are you?" she says that's not funny. Steve definitely knows who he is, but Shirley refuses to listen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Steve knew. I don't know. She displays how he got her on every jail phone call. Gullible, no accountability. Everybody is a hater or jealous, not a real friend. She was warned about him and tried to build a life with a criminal. He dated another woman in her industry who went to the same hair salon. The streets were talking and she ignored them. Not to mention, as soon as this man opens his mouth. And I think that's the last one that we're gonna do. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna end on uh what I believe to be a good assessment of Shirley. I don't agree with everything that is stated in this video, but I do believe it to be a pretty decent assessment of Shirley, and I want to play it for you guys. Oh, that's not the right one. Here we go. I got it. And the last video that I'm probably not going to get to play, I'm going to put the link to that channel so you guys can watch it. The content creator is called Plunder, and her visuals are awesome. It's pictures that we've seen before, but the way that she's curated is awesome. But she is talking about the specifics in Shirley's divorce decree. So if you guys are interested in that, I will put a link to Plunder's channel in the description on this, and you guys can take a look. But right now, we're going to listen to My Voice, My Opinions channel, MVMO, and she gives a very interesting take on Shirley Strawberry. It's about 15 minutes, and I'm going to play the majority of it. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen, and I will check with you guys in the comments in just a minute. Hold on just a second. All right. So I love that name. My Voice, My Opinion. And I love how she starts off her channel. She's letting you know this is a reaction channel. I give my opinion. You may not agree, but it's my opinion. And I like that. And I appreciate that. I gets that. I understands that. All right, hang on a second. I want to just check in with some of your comments to see what you guys are talking about down in the chat. And what I may do, because you guys may or may not realize, but I'm actually streaming on two channels. So I have unofficially launched Bad Girls Talk, which is my second channel, backup channel, however you want to call it. The format over there is going to be a little bit different from what we do here at Wisdom's Daughter. I'll share more with you on that. I'll make sure that I drop the link to that channel so you guys can go over there and subscribe. But what I may do is set up a panel discussion just to kind of talk a little bit more about this. And this is not just the Shirley story, although I'm calling it that, because there are many women that get caught up in situations like this with men who con them. And I know one of the Wisdom family has a very interesting story. She has her own Nesto story, okay, about how she got, caught up with someone. So she says, if anything, I understand the mistakes that Shirley made, right? And Shirley's human. She's human. We're not going to dehumanize her. She made a lot of mistakes. That's the fact. We're not going to give her a pass. We're just going to say she made some poor decisions, and we can leave it at that. But I think what I'll do is set up something so we can do maybe a part two, but it will really be just to kind of have a live panel discussion. I want to hear from the women. I want to hear from the men. And talk about this, because women fall into this trap all the time. And it's important that we start getting smart and stop making the same mistakes over and over. So let me just jump to the chat real quick and see what you guys are talking about. Someone said, I respectfully disagree. Women in these situations are very often the last to know. Not unique to Shirley Strawberry. It's happening at every demographic. Even broke chicks are sending money to these robo love connections. I choose joy. You better preach. Preacher, okay, Brown Family Chronicle said, preacher, pastor, sin and still preach, thou shalt not to their congregations. I am truly on your side with this one, WD, to keep doing that letter. Giving advice is sinful, but God will hold all of us accountable. So watch praising him and living sinfully, knowing this stuff. Yeah, just some really poor decision making on her part. Everybody on the Steve Harvey show is married except Shirley, and that's what got her caught up. I read that earlier. And so she may have felt pressured. She may have felt pressured to just, gotta find somebody. Shirley says on the show that she's not a licensed therapist and the letters are for entertainment purposes. Oh, exactly. Yeah. She's not. She's giving her best advice, but she's built her entire platform and her career on giving love advice. She calls herself they call her the chief love officer. And, while again, she's not licensed in this, she's not a life coach, she's not a relationship or family therapist, but she's still giving people advice. People are not calling a therapist, they're calling Shirley Strawberry because they felt like, she kind of had a good handle on good relationships. And the truth of the matter is, what we didn't know is that Shirley Strawberry's life is a strawberry letter. Even before Nesto, her life was a mess. It's just a mess, And I don't think that she was in any position to give advice to anybody. And that's just my opinion. So many red flags. Shirley ignored every single one. He is handsome in a suit, though. He was arm candy. Okay. She was cotton candy. He was arm candy. What are the stipulations to participate in the chat on your channel? I tried to reply to a comment and cannot. You can't reply to you can't reply to a comment? I don't have any stipulations other than YouTube will flag certain comments if you cuss. They will if sometimes some do get through, but I know they do flag certain things. But you should be able to reply to a comment. There's no I don't have those kind of restrictions on it, but YouTube they do flag certain things depending on how you set it. But what I will tell you is that if you did leave a comment or you did reply, I am able to see all comments that YouTube flags and I'm able to read it and release it so that it can be seen. Okay. So if you replied and you don't see your comment, it's probably being held up for review is what happens sometimes. Okay. So I got you, Tiger Lily. I'll take a look at it and then I'll release it. Okay. Shirley is almost 70 years old. She wouldn't jeopardize her job for something that may have been a lie. The letter segment is her contribution. You're saying that she should give that up is wrong. It's just my opinion. And your opinion is that I'm wrong for that. And that's okay. My opinion is that she had no she really was in no position to give anybody advice. That was my opinion. If I'm broke, busted, and disgusted, I shouldn't be given financial advice. I'm just saying. On that. That is a disclaimer to prevent Steve Harvey show and iHeartRadio from being sued. Okay. Mecca said, I don't think he's handsome at all. She should have retired. Working nights must be difficult. Shirley's job title is just like YouTube content creators. Her context is for entertainment purposes. Why would she not continue her job irrespective of what was going on in her personal life? That's a fair point. Real Brown Family Chronicles. That's a fair point. I'm jaded. I'm gonna be honest with you. My opinion in this is biased because I watched the show and I felt some type of way. I'm gonna be honest with you. I felt some type of way. All right, let's hear from this lady and we'll continue putting the comments up.
So many people are asking how on earth could something like this happen to a woman like Shirley Strawberry? But I want to talk to you tonight about something that every woman will experience if she doesn't know the difference between building a career versus building a life. Welcome back, My View, My Opinion. This is the MVMO podcast. I'm your host, of course. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Listen, if you're new, just passing through, and you're wondering who I am, why you don't actually see me, you only hear my voice. All that information, the answers to your questions, am I black, am I white, what is this? They're all down there in the description box. So be sure to check there if you happen to have any questions. After our last conversation where I was sharing with y'all my thoughts, my initial thoughts about the whole Shirley Strawberry, Steve Harvey Strawberry letter, remember, we listened to a little bit of that where Shirley, said a lot of things.
All right, Steve, I'm going to just start by saying that my estranged husband is...
And we talked and, I shared my thoughts about, the situation. But today, I saw some of you were asking me to give an updated commentary. Now that we know a little bit more information about Ernesto's past and, well, his present as well. And so I'm here to talk about that. Tonight, I want to talk about what will happen to you if you fall victim to what Shirley Strawberry fell victim to what actress Jennifer Lewis fell victim to. Because for me, in order for us to talk about the Shirley Strawberry stuff, we have got to get something out of it. I'm not in high school and neither are you. I'm way past the age of caring what celebrities are doing. I'm way past the age of wanting to hear about a person's woes. All of us have our own strengths and struggles and triumphs in life. And we should be busy with that instead of someone else's affairs. And so if you're coming here thinking that, somebody's like, I'm not interested in that, girl, I'm too old for that stuff. And you are too, truth be told. Okay. So let's try to get something out of it. Let's try to look at this story by way of a life lesson. What can we learn from it that we can actually take and put in our purses and use in our own lives? Okay. So I want to talk about the deceitfulness of a successful career. The Bible talks about the deceitfulness of riches. And you can look up what that means if you just so happen to be listening where you're in a part of the world where they don't really, where Christianity is not one of the major religions there. And so you don't know a lot about biblical scriptures and things of that nature or references. But the Bible talks about the deceitfulness of riches. But I submit to you, there is another deceitfulness out there that a lot of women fall victim to. It started with the suffrage movement. It started with women's liberation. It started way back when, and it's blossomed and blossomed now until so many women are in messes because they spent so much of their time building a career because they thought that was the same as building a life, but it isn't. It isn't. So what we have learned, at least at the time of this recording, is that when Nesto
And Hill 21981, thank you so much for your super chat. She says, I'm behind, but the Essence article reads, how to be a geriatric pick-me. Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. Thank you so much for your gift, and may it return back to you tenfold. I appreciate you so much.
Still married Shirley Strawberry. He was actually already married, not just to one woman, but to two. We have now learned, and there may be more information that comes out, but as of this recording, he has had a total of 4 wives. Okay. Shirley Strawberry is wife number 4. So actually, when she married Ernesto in 2015, this marriage was not real. It was bogus because he's a polygamist. And in the US, polygamy is illegal. Where he lives in Georgia, polygamy, to my knowledge, is illegal. Okay. And this marriage took place in Georgia. So it very well seems that Shirley Strawberry may have a way out in terms of not having to pay for a divorce.
This video was released 7 months ago, and she's talking about the polygamy thing. Like a few of us talked about back then, and I knew it was going to catch up to him. I knew it.
Attorney, but we don't know what business dealings she and Ernesto had together, where she may have to still formally go through some type of legal proceeding, even if it's not a divorce. So that's what we know. But let's get on to this, okay? Let's first talk about what's the difference between building a career and building a life, and then how this applies to the Shirley Strawberry situation. Building a career, ladies, is just that, where you become really successful in your career. Maybe you're the principal of the school. Maybe you started as a teacher's assistant, worked your way up, got your certifications, et cetera, and now you're the principal at school. Maybe you're the superintendent. That's a successful career. Maybe you are, working at the television station and you started out in production and now you're one of the top anchors. That's a successful career. Maybe you started out like Crystal Hazlett. We talked about her conversation with Tyler Perry last week, where she started out as a PA, a production assistant, worked her way up to being his wardrobe, his stylist, and now she is one of his actresses on the show Sisters. Very successful, has her own very successful podcast. Maybe like Amanda Seals. You're a comedian. Now you have a syndicated podcast. So there are all kinds of levels of success. But building a career is just that, where you focus all your energy, your time, your thought processes on building your career to whatever level you want it to be. And very often with a successful career comes money, comes connections, comes influence, comes power. Maybe you have the ability to fly out of the country several times a year. Maybe you have the ability, let's just bring it home. Maybe you can't fly out of the country, but let's say if you wanted to spend a weekend, in Martha's Vineyard or Sag Harbor or whatever, you could, because you've got it like that. Maybe you are invited to some of the top parties if you are working in LA and New York and in Hollywood. So that's what building a career is. Building a life is totally different. Building a life is solely focusing on building your support system, building your happiness, building your love relationship, building friendships that are lifelong and that last, that nurture you. Do you know how many people don't have no friends? Do you know how many people their only interactions are with people like me on the internet or in comment sections? Like throughout a week, their only real interactions with people they work with, and that's because they have to go to work or the grocery store because, well, you got to eat, but they don't have any real interpersonal, intimate interactions with people because they're not building a life. They're just going day to day to day, just getting the bills paid, and not really thinking about long term. We talked about this with Wendy Williams. She built a career instead of building a life. So when her career was over, everything just fell to the ground because everything was based on that, the success of that career. She had an estranged relationship with her son. She didn't have a real marriage. And instead of focusing on building a life, getting out of that bad marriage so that at this point in her life, she could be healthy, sane, mentally stable, in a loving relationship with a man who would love and respect her, who would be a father to her son, having a great relationship with her son. She has messes all around her. And she herself, unfortunately, and I don't say this as a dig, she also is a mess, building a career at the expense of building a life. So that's the first thing I want us to talk about. Now, how does this relate to Shirley Strawberry? I said to you guys in our initial conversation that, in my view, my opinion, when a woman reaches the level of a Shirley Strawberry, where her career is so successful, and she has a kind of career where even if you don't, it's not just the big check you get, but it's the big connections. She's connected to Steve Harvey, who's one of the richest men in America, who also is one of the most successful comedians, crossover comedians, who has connections in Hollywood. You go to the parties, you're at the White House, you're at the, Kamala's house for her dinner. I mean, you're invited everywhere. People want you to be everywhere. People want you to be in magazines. They want you to do forwards to their books. They want you to do the spreads. They want to invite you to the fancy restaurants. They want you to speak at the college graduations. So it's not just like I said, that check. It's everything, the perks that come with that kind of career. She's won awards, right? She had her own property. She had her own money before she met this Nesto, this character. But she spent her time building a career and not a life. I said to you guys, when you get to a Shirley Strawberry level, you only marry for one or two reasons. You're either really in love or you're really lonely. When she met Nesto, she was in her 50s. And she hadn't, that we're aware of, been in a relationship in a few decades. I remember when I used to listen to the Steve Harvey morning show, which was in the early 2000s. This was even before the Strawberry Letter, the book came out. So you know how long ago it was. One of the running jokes that Steve used to say to Shirley was, Shirley hadn't had a man in 19 years. I don't know if that was literal because he's known her for a long time, or if he was just making up a number. But he would be like, Shirley hadn't had a man. Shirley, you're the only woman I know who hadn't had a man in so long. It was a running joke about Shirley not having a man. Now, that doesn't mean Shirley hasn't had boyfriends or even possibly, I don't know, has Shirley ever been married? I don't care enough about her background to look into that. I don't care to that degree. But I will just say, regardless of whether she's been married before, whether she's been divorced before, whether she never has been married, or excuse me, whether this was her first marriage, the bottom line was she hadn't had anyone, and Steve knew her personally for many, many years. And he used to joke with her. You show up to the parties alone. We go to these events. Somebody gotta be there with Shirley. You know, everybody else got somebody except Shirley. It was a joke. So I really believe that Shirley Strawberry was what they call clinically lonely. Do you know what clinical loneliness is? It's almost akin to clinical depression. So it's not just the normal loneliness that people feel. Like clinical depression is not like the normal sadness that you have after a death of a loved one or something that may go on. This is where it affects you like it's so painful. And they say that clinical loneliness is painful, it's physically painful. And I really believe that she was so lonely because she spent her time building a career at the expense of building a life, that loneliness is what made her very susceptible to an Ernesto. You know, people keep saying, how on earth did she, of all people, get in cahoots with this guy? You know, I don't want to say fall victim really, because I don't believe she was a victim. I really believe that she was very much aware that he was not a good person. But I think the loneliness was so much and had gone on for so many years with her that she literally didn't care, y'all. She didn't care that he was a hustler. She didn't care that he had been in jail several times. She didn't care. I mean, you think about, why did she stay with him? She had lost so many homes. This was before, some of the more horrible things that he allegedly did involving children and animals. She had lost homes. She had, gotten behind her bills. He was taking advantage of her money. You see, when a woman has spent so much of her focus and time on building a career because the world told her, when you get your career, when you get free to where you don't need nobody and no man, and you can buy this and do this, you're going to be happy, girl. You know, that goes back to that deceitfulness of riches, the deceitfulness of a successful career. And when women get all that and realize, wait a minute, I'm so lonely. This can't hug me. My shoes can't hug me. My dollar bills can't hug me. My trips to Dubai can't hug me. When I've had a bad day at work and I want to just crawl into a man's arm, there ain't no man. And then I'm against all this stuff where people tell women. I was just at a seminar this weekend and I started to stand up and say something, but I said, okay, I ain't gonna make a scene here because I'm against this. People telling women, oh, just go get you a little toy. You go get your little toy if you want to, but see, a toy is not a man, okay? And we should be encouraging women to listen. Spend just as much time building your life as you do your career, and you will realize you can't do them both at the same time. And I'm going to tell you something. If I had to choose, I would build a life over always building a career, because money comes and goes. Things come and go. Remember what happened during COVID? Folks who were really on top, they were on bottom with the people who were on bottom already, because everything was attached to those jobs. Their health insurance was attached to those jobs. When the job went, so did the health insurance. So if we really believe that stuff and status and money is making us happy and truly fulfilling us as women, we've fallen victim to the lie that says, as a woman, you don't need a man. Listen, when I say a woman needs a man, I don't mean it the way you think. See, I don't mean it, and she needs somebody to take care of her. See, that's ridiculous and pathetic and high schoolish. I'm talking to you as a grown woman. As a grown woman, you need a man. That's if you're attracted to men, of course. And those are the only women that, I talk to here. Yes, you do. And it has nothing to do with sex or even money. It's about who you are and who God made you to be as a woman. We were made for men. And I know, saying that in this day and time, whoa, people feel like that's so archaic. But you look at a Shirley Strawberry who had everything, but she didn't have a man. So what that loneliness made her so susceptible that look at the mess her life is in now. Think about what happened, as I said earlier, to Jennifer Lewis. Remember, she got took too, except only to a few $1,000s. She didn't actually marry him, but she was engaged to him. She was on her way to be married to him. Why? Because of the extreme loneliness. So as I end, I want to remind you, build your career, girl. You go for it, but you better be building your life at the same time. You got to remember, stuff can't hold you. Stuff can't kiss you. Stuff can't console you. Stuff can't comfort you. Stuff can't be a companion to you. You don't want to find yourself in a position where you have gotten so lonely that you'll take and accept anybody. Thank you for listening. My view, my opinion. Give me a thumbs up. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Awesome. So that was My View, My Opinion. Old School Nixie said, I always listen to My View, My Opinion. She's always on point. Yeah, I found her recently and I like her voice. Her voice is very soothing. She makes sense. I don't have to agree with everything a content creator says in order to enjoy their content and their channel. I love hearing differences of opinion because, sometimes I'll hear something and it will make me think. And I love thought provoking conversation. And that's what we're going to end up doing. We're going to have some thought provoking conversation. I'm going to, let's see, can I do this? Let me see. I'm going to try to do something here. And this will be the last thing we do before we wrap up. Before we wrap up, let me see. Let's see. I wanted to show you guys something really quickly. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, so guys, in terms of the conversation, it's as someone said, it's been great conversation. We can have an intelligent conversation without necessarily agreeing on everything, each one is saying. And that is perfectly okay. I love conversations like that where we can kind of talk openly, you hear a difference of opinion. As I've said, the picnic is a safe place. It's a place where you can have your own opinion. Everyone may not agree, but we don't have to gang up, on each other because we have a difference of opinion, because we're all adults. So, and I do this because I love it, but I do this to have a voice. And I want to make sure that this is a space where other people can kind of voice their opinions without fear of backlash or ridicule and all those things. So, just keep that in mind. And let's see. Okay. What I was trying to show you guys is I want to show you guys what my other channel looks like, and it's acting up. So let me try, let's see, I'm going to try something here. But I need to be very careful because I don't want to. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the link in the chat. So the other channel is called Bad Girls Talk. Okay. Not bad like we're bad, but bad like we're baddies. Right. We say, ooh, that girl is bad. That kind of bad. I'm old school, y'all. I know I sound young, but I'm old school. So it's called, it is Black Girls Talk. And that is the new channel. The logo is a black circle with pink letters that say BGT. And I don't know why I'm probably having a hard time pulling it up because it's not in any kind of algorithm just yet because it's a new channel. But I put the link there. You guys go over there and subscribe to the channel. I also have MVMO's link as well. I'm going to put this information in the description on this video, and I will also add it to the description on my channel. And I will put a link on the community page because I think what we're going to do, and we may do it tomorrow night or Tuesday night, because I think PCFP is probably going to drop some stuff. But we will open up a panel so that we can kind of continue this conversation regarding lies at the altar. How do women get so caught up and wrapped up with men like Nesto? I'm curious just to have a discussion about these educated women who get conned by men like Nesto, women who I know in hindsight say, I should have known better. I'm not a young woman. I know better. And I would just love to have an awesome conversation with you guys about that. So hold on. My OCD is kicking in and I just want to try. I want to try one more time to see if I can switch the account and show you guys this other one. So let me just see real quick if I can try to do it. Hang on. See if I can do it without messing anything up. Let's see. I'm going to try one more time. And if it doesn't work, then no problem. We'll wrap up. But did you guys have a good time? Did you guys enjoy this picnic? Let me know. Did you enjoy the topic? I did a lot of research because I want to make sure that I'm providing not just my opinion on things, but as I find things, I want to show you. And there are a lot of you within the Wisdom family that are super sleuths, and you guys have been sending me things, and that's awesome. to get that from you guys. Okay, so let me share the screen so I can show you what the new channel looks like really briefly, and then so you guys will know, so you'll be able to find it easy. All right, so this is the new channel. There's not going to be, oh, let me take this down so you guys can actually see. It would be nice if you could see, right? Hold on. Hold on. Make it bigger so you guys can see. And there we go. Better. Okay. So this is Black Girls Talk. All right. And as it says in the description, Black Girls Talk is your entertainment hub for the latest news, the hottest tea, interesting stories, and situations we just have to talk about. And as I said, the format over here is going to be a little bit different from the picnic. It will still be entertaining. You know, it's just you'll as we go forward with that, you'll kind of get a sense of what we're going to be doing over there. So I'd rather show you than tell you, but I will tell you that it will be two different experiences. This is not a clone of the Wisdom Family Picnic, just with another name. The format of this channel is going to be a little bit of a different vibe, but certainly entertaining, and it will include a variety of news. And because I have an inbox full of interesting news stories that I want to discuss over there. So it's going to be more of a variety. It's not going to be, I know Wisdom Family Picnic, we talk a lot about Nesto because that's the hot story, but over there it's going to be more of a variety. So look forward to that. Again, like I said, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, and we'll be doing some more stuff on this channel. All right. So on that note, let me stop sharing for just a moment. And so I thank you guys so much. If you didn't like the video on the way in, make sure you like the video on the way out. Tell people about Wisdom Family Picnic. Invite some people. Eve B said it was a great live. Pepperoni said I enjoyed it. Yes, we did. So glad. Okay, because I'm having a good time. But if you guys are not having a good time, then I got to do something about it. So I like to check in every now and again just to make sure that you guys are having a good time. And StreamYard said, Wisdom's daughter, go to bed because StreamYard is getting stuck. I can't. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, I can't press on anything. I hate you, StreamYard. It's Bad Girls. It's Bad Girls Talk. The original name it was different, so I changed it to Bad Girls Talk because this channel is really going to be more, you know, it's going to be more inclusive. And so it's Bad Girls Talk. All right. So again, make sure y'all go ahead and subscribe over there. We're going to be doing some stuff. I said what I said I missed some parts. I'm going on the replay. I know that's right. So, all right, guys, again, I have enjoyed you. So I'm going to go ahead. See, this is why I'm StreamYard. We're going to get divorced. Okay. I'm going to have to find an alternative to StreamYard. We're going to get divorced because StreamYard is over here just doing things it shouldn't be doing. But anyway, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and let the Nightbot close us out with some music. You guys have a good night. All right. Be safe, be at peace, and keep your eyes and your ears to these social media streets, baby. And I will see you on the next one. Y'all know how this go.